Hi there, Phil. Hi, Celeste. Welcome, welcome. I hope you all are having a great weekend. We're going to get started here in about a minute and 30 seconds. All right. Hello, 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 folks. How are we all doing today? Hey, Copper Lily. Hey, Closehurst. Good to see you all. How's everybody's weekend going? Mine's going pretty well. Hey, Renitz. Good to see ya. Hey, Debash. Welcome. Also, before I forget, I want to thank Double Exposure. They subscribed 2 days ago while we were offline. So thank you so much, Double Exposure. You're very cool. Thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate it. You thought I wouldn't notice, but I did. Thanks, Double Exposure. Hey Phil, hey Arwen. Cold again. Yeah, it is cold again. I know. It's nice and sunny outside right now where I live, but it is unfortunately the temperature does not reflect the beautiful sunny day. So, perfect day to be inside and streaming, in my opinion. Sunny but windy AF. Yeah, exactly, Copper Lily. Yeah, but I'm super excited about the project we're going to be working on today. Today we are going to be helping out my local library. So, Oh, Debash says, hi, I recently got to know about 100 devs. When is cohort 3 starting? Right now, nobody knows the answer to that question. It was supposed to start at the beginning of March, but unfortunately, we had an issue with our fiscal sponsor because 100 devs is a nonprofit. And we had a fiscal sponsor that was helping us with lawyers and tax stuff and all that kind of thing and holding funds for us. And they collapsed in early March. So we cannot start cohort 3 until we have a new sponsor. And so we are actively working on that right now. Oh my goodness, Drunk Uncle Grandma, thank you so much for subscribing. Wow. We get to see the lovely subscriber screen again. Thank you, Drunk Uncle Grandma. You're very cool. I really appreciate it. Always good to have you here. ACM says, yeah, perfect day for a stream. It's cold and rainy here. Yeah, that's my thought exactly. Closer says, yay, libraries. Yes. So to get back to what I was talking about before, we are going to be helping out my local library today. Hooray. Yeah, libraries are great and you should do everything you can to support them. So I have gotten in touch with my local library recently and trying to see, how I could maybe help them with some of the skills that I have. And one of the things that I noticed is that they are doing a push for, very local history and genealogy research. But unfortunately, they don't really have a good way to do that. I shouldn't say that. I mean, they have excellent researchers. So they have a lot of people putting in the work, digging through papers, digging through documents, and that kind of thing. And one of the things that those people do is they go out to the cemetery, there's a huge cemetery, and they go out there and they look at all the graves, and they try to figure out who these people were. They record their names. If they had a spouse that's buried in the same grave, they record that. They record their birth date, their death date. Any information they can find about the people that are buried there. And that's lovely, but right now they're putting it in an Excel spreadsheet, and they're printing out the spreadsheet and putting it in a binder. And so if you want to look up your relative in this graveyard, you have to go through this monstrously thick binder and just flip the pages and see if you can find the person that you're looking for, which, I mean, unfortunately, a lot of folks just aren't going to be doing that, right? They're not going to want to sit down and go through a binder. What would be great is if there was a way that folks could search, do a search for their relative, and maybe they don't even have to go to the library to do it, right? They, maybe, because not everybody can make it to the library. People, especially older folks, sometimes they can't travel, they can't go to the library to look at a binder. It would be much easier if they could just open up their computer or open up their phone and, access a web application, do a search, do a parcel search if they don't know their relative's full last name. Maybe their name used to be spelled differently. For a lot of folks who immigrated to the United States from other countries, they ended up changing the spelling of their name. So, maybe they don't know the exact spelling. So they can do a partial search. They can even do just a search on, maybe they know the year that their grandfather died, but they don't know anything else about him. And so they can do a search on the year, to return that information. So it's much more flexible than looking at a paper binder. The best way to do that is not an Excel spreadsheet. It is a web application powered by a database on the back end. Love the fact that it's the one orange cell, one brain cell cat with the sunglasses. Yeah, exactly. I love that GIF. It's great. Yep. Arwen says, "How big is the graveyard?" It's a few hundred graves. I don't know for sure. The data you're seeing on the screen right now, this is not real data. This is data that mimics the actual data. I'm not sharing all this people's personal information on the screen here. This is all data that I had ChatGPT generate for me, but it mimics the layout of the actual data in the spreadsheet. So the idea here is that I build the web app and I show the library this proof of concept. I show it to them working, I show it to them hosted, and then they approve it. And then we go ahead and we add more features. So maybe in future streams, my hope is that we'll be able to add full CRUD functionality to this app, so that the researchers who are building out this massive set of information about the people in this cemetery, that they can use this to not only have folks search for information, but they can also use it to input information or update existing records. That's much easier to maintain than a spreadsheet, and much easier to work with than a spreadsheet. So hopefully this is helpful to them. Yeah, so the graveyard is probably a few hundred graves. I don't know exactly for sure. I don't have the full spreadsheet right now. I just know the layout of the data. But it's a few hundred graves. So it's not massive, but it's big enough that it's hard to look for somebody in a binder, 80 says, Gus got here, but isn't there Find a Grave online? Yes, there absolutely is. But this is really a project that's focused on just local history in a very specific area. So it's really just for one specific cemetery in one specific area to look up these folks and be very laser focused on the local community. So that's the goal, is to build just a small app that's easy to maintain, that's locally focused, that can literally just run on a cruddy little laptop somewhere, maybe even at the cemetery, I don't know, but just to make it really easy to for folks to look up their loved ones and then go straight out to the cemetery and find their graves. 80s New Wave says, ChatGPT generated all that. Yeah, so everything that you see here on the screen, all these records, ChatGPT generated all of these records for me. I just gave it so that's another great tip. If you're trying to test your application and you want dummy data, ChatGPT will give it to you. You just give it the structure of the data, whether it's MongoDB or a SQL database or whatever. If you have ChatGPT, if you're clear with ChatGPT on how your data is structured, so for example, you give it all the fields in your table, or all the key value pairs in your documents for MongoDB, then ChatGPT can absolutely generate as much data as you need. I asked it to generate, I forget how many rows are in here. It's like 20 or something like that, just 20 rows for testing. And I even told ChatGPT to follow certain rules. For example, you can see that I've got some duplicate names in here, and that's on purpose. I wanted to test that my search feature was working properly, so I wanted some duplicate names, so it would return multiple records, multiple matches. I wanted duplicate like birth years and death years, so I could do those searches as well. And so you can even tell it what type of data you would like what format the data should have, and that kind of thing. Yeah, it's extremely good at that, and it takes away some of the tediousness of testing your application if you don't want to use real data or you can't use real data. Yep, highly recommend it. All right, so how does this app work? Well, let's say I'm going to search for, let's say I know that my relative's last name was Smith. So I can type in Smith here. And if I wanted to, if I knew their first name, I could type it in here. If I knew any of these other fields, I could type them in here. But if I don't, as the instructions say, we can leave unknown fields blank. So I'm just going to say, I know their last name was Smith, but I don't know anything else about them. So I can say search. And when I do, we see we get 3 results back for 3 Smiths. And then it's probably going to be pretty easy for me to pick out which one is the correct one. Hey, Diffuse, welcome. Good to have you here. But let's say I don't even, I was talking earlier about how a lot of folks that maybe came here from other countries changed the spelling of their names at some point, and sometimes they were forced to change the spelling of their last names. So some folks, especially in the Ellis Island days of when immigrants were coming into New York through Ellis Island, the clerks at Ellis Island would just arbitrarily change the spelling of people's names. Because they sounded too difficult or too hard to spell. They would just literally just give them a new name, and they had to take it. And so if the spelling of their name was changed at some point, maybe you just know, well, it started with an M. So, I'll search for M and we'll see what we get. So when we do that, we see we get all last names that contain an M. So Smith still comes back, but along with all these other M names, there's another name that has an M in it. Now let's say Celeste, that's a great example, Celeste. They say, my family was Klingensmith Hoops, and they shortened it to just Hoops. Yeah, stuff like that happened. People shorten their names, people change spellings. I know someone whose relative changed the spelling of their last name just because they thought it sounded cooler. Like at one point, they just thought it sounded better without, with a different spelling. And so they changed it that way. So those kinds of things can really trip you up when you're trying to research your genealogy and your ancestry. So let's say, okay, I've gotten these results back. Now I want to narrow it down a little bit more. And I know that my relative was, let's say I know that they died in, let's say I know they died in 2020. So I'm going to say, all right, last name M, they died in 2020. Search. There we go. Now I only get 3 records back, 3 records that contain the letter M and have a death date in 2020. So this should allow me to, find the right grave, and then it tells me exactly where that grave is located. I would have shortened it to Klingon. I saw that too. I was like, oh, that's pretty good. That would have been amazing. Yeah. I'm going to hydrate real quick. So, rather than having to flip through a binder for 10 minutes and, just guess about what this name that I knew very little about, it took me approximately 2 seconds to just do a search here. So now, thank you for the hydrate. Okay, I'll take another drink.
Just redeemed hydrate.
So now, just by looking, and here's a little pop quiz for you. Just by looking at this result set here, what type of database do you think is behind this application? Hey, Thirsty Pooch, good to see ya. What type of database do you think we're using behind the scenes? Hi, Mohammed. Yeah, I think you're right. We are using a relational database behind the scenes. SQL, yeah. Or more broadly, a relational database. A lot of the times people conflate, SQL and relational database, but to be clear, SQL is the language and relational is the database type. Yeah. Twitter said Supabase, I cheated. Yeah. So what is a relational database? What I guess what's the difference between something like a relational database and a document based database that is like MongoDB? Didn't know you were going to get quizzed. Well, you should because if you've been here before. But so what's the difference between like a relational database and a document based database? Phew. Shots fired indeed, yes. Relational is romantic. Uh, Mr. Emmy, hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. You're just in time for a question. What's the difference between a relational database and a document based database? You don't have to answer if you don't know the answer, but just thought I'd ask the question again. um, or ACM says data points in a relational database are connected. That's true. That's a great point. Yeah. So um, that's one of the differences, definitely. Document based databases use objects for storage. So essentially, each document, as it were, is literally just an object. It looks like a JSON object. It has key value pairs, and each object is self contained. So it doesn't have any relationship to any other documents in the collection unless you explicitly create that relationship by adding a key value pair that links to another document. So you have to do that yourself. So you link one document to another essentially manually by yourself. Otherwise, by default, there's no relationship between them. However, in a relational database, the all the records, and when I say record, if you're not familiar, when I say record, I'm essentially mean a row here. So each record or row is automatically related to all the other rows in the table because they all live within the same column and the same restriction, and each row in the table can be governed by the same set of rules. Can have the same sort of criteria that go into them. So they are all by definition related to each other. Yeah, and you can also reference other records by IDs and other tables by IDs. So in this table here, each record is going to have a unique ID of some kind. It's not shown here because it doesn't matter to the user. The user doesn't care. But each record in the table can reference other records by their ID, and other tables can reference other records in other tables by their ID as well. So everything is very interconnected by definition in a relational database. Yeah. Something else, just the general structure. We kind of already talked about this, but just the general structure difference between a document database and a relational database is that, yes, a relational database organizes everything in tables. A table structure contains rows and columns, whereas a document based database, you can do whatever you want, really, right? Individual documents can be whatever size you want. You can change things mid flight and have some documents that look different than other documents in the same collection. It really doesn't matter. Obviously, you can set up things that control that, right? You can use Mongoose and you can set up your models and your templates for the data that's going into MongoDB. But by default, again, it doesn't have any of that. And so, a nice thing about relational databases is that you can force the data to look a certain way. Otherwise, it will get rejected and it won't get written to your database at all. So, if you want to enforce strict rules on your data, really probably the best way to do that is by using a relational database instead of a document based database. Yeah. Hey, Sloop, good to see you. Fuel says, which came first, the document DB or the relational DB? Relational databases are older. So SQL, the language, I don't remember exactly when the first relational database came along, but it's a very old idea. Really, if you think about it, people have been building this types of big data since the old ledger books that people would handwrite, handwrite on lines in a ledger book. I mean, that's essentially like a handwritten database, right? You have fields at the top, columns at the top. You're writing, you know, charges in a receipt book for a general store. That's the same structure. The structure itself is very old. SQL came around in 1977, and the more flexible database structures, document based and other types, are sort of newer inventions. Yeah, and the overall relational concept, that's a great point. I forgot about hierarchical databases. So hierarchical was the original structure. Look that up if you want to have a fun time. And then, but yes, relational databases have been a theoretical concept for a long time, and then were finally implemented. Yeah, around the 70s, I would say. Yeah. Muhammad says, "You want to learn business English and political English?" Um, I don't know the answer to that. What's the best resource? I mean, I'm sure there's YouTube channels. I would suggest just looking at free. There's actually I would suggest there's lots of free YouTube channels that will teach you that sort of thing. I wouldn't suggest paying for it because there are plenty of language tutors on YouTube that will just teach you for free how to have business conversations and technical conversations. Mr. says, can you call an Excel spreadsheet a relational database? Depends on how you use it. You can definitely build relationships between data in a spreadsheet or in between multiple, let's say, multiple sheets in a workbook. You can build relationships between those structures, which are by default tables. So yeah, you could build a very small relational database of a sort. Uh, you know, database administrators all over the world would be absolutely pulling their hair out if you try to use Excel as a database. That's a kind of a joke uh, in the SQL world about people trying to do that. But yeah, technically, hey, Angular, they say I'm 42 and I want to learn coding. Is this possible, or am I too old for coding? Absolutely not. No one is ever too old to learn something new. And that's too old is never the answer. Folks of any age can learn new skills. My grandmother didn't learn to use a computer until she was in her 80s. So she was there at the community center taking computer classes, and learned how to actually got really good at using a computer all through her 80s and her 90s, and really until she was about 100. She was an avid computer user. Yeah. Oh, Toucan, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. You're very cool. Thank you so much for subscribing. I hope you're having a great day. Yeah, also too, and that's it, speaking of community centers and libraries, which is our main focus today, community centers and libraries have excellent free resources. I know, as very tuned in, like tech people, tech savvy people that we are, we tend to go to the internet first for our all of our learning and resources that we want to accomplish, right? We tend to just start googling things and look for paid courses and boot camps and all that kind of thing. But check your library, check your community center, check your local, community city page, that kind of thing. There will be classes for things that are sometimes free, often very low cost. Libraries will have free classes on things that you might want to learn, or they'll allow you to use certain resources for free, such as Udemy or LinkedIn Learning. Libraries will sometimes have subscriptions to those that you can literally just like go there and use it for free. You don't have to pay. So check your library, check your community centers for resources to get a hold of those things, get access to those things. Thirsty says, I'm 40. Do you think I'm too old for employment in tech? No, absolutely not. Nope. So I right now at my job, I'm a senior SQL developer at my job. And now I don't go around asking people's ages, but to my knowledge, I am the youngest person on my team, and I'm 33. So I'm 33, and most of the folks on my team are at least 10 years older than I am. So do the math on that. And they are all very successful in their roles. We had a person just retire from a role, in our who was extremely successful, very technical person, a brilliant coder, and he reached retirement age and retired. So there's no age limit on this stuff. It really doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah, Return to Dust says they got Pluralsight through their township. Yeah, so if you're not aware, Pluralsight is a like a training and teaching online tool. So they got access to Pluralsight classes through their town. So check your library, check your town. Don't pay for something, unless there's really no other way to get it, because you might be surprised. Fuel says we just hired a music teacher that is about 50. And we hired him as a computer dev. There you go. Yeah, they hired him as a dev. Someone who's 50 and, you know, has the old school skills. Absolutely. Yeah, Thirsty says at my, or sorry, Fuel says at my job, we have some devs that are about 70. Exactly. There's no age limit on this. Watch Me Lurking says, welcome to the stream. Hello, by the way. They say SQL dev. Yes, I am a SQL dev. That's my day job. However, on stream, I mostly do web development, but today we're actually going to be doing a SQL project. So, pretty pumped about that. We're going to be doing this project that I have right here on screen with a SQL backend on Supabase. Yeah, so we'll get to that shortly. Let's TV dead, folks. It's history, it's ancestry, you know? Zane says, "You don't look 33." Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I had someone ask me this weekend if uh, I was wearing a name tag with my. I work for a university, so I'm employed by a university, and I was wearing a name tag with the university logo on it. And they asked me if I was getting my degree, and I'm like, "Well, I'm flattered, but I work for them." Hey, Quadshot, good to see you. Strain says the engineers in their 70s are the ones that know the answer to anything you need to know. Yes, I think it's the ones that never stopped learning, right? It's the ones that are, you know, that they've been working for decades, they're still learning new things to this day. They're the ones that are the most valuable resources at your company. Yep. Red Slice says, so I can't get a good job in tech, but someone hires a music teacher for their computer dev. Yeah, so I think what that should tell you, Red Sly, is that background doesn't matter. It's all about how you're presenting yourself, how you're presenting your skills, the kind of networking that you're doing, and some of it's just luck. Honestly, it's not always. I mean, we can't always pin things on ourselves. Sometimes it's just luck, but there is a major. It's sort of like you can weight the dice, right? You can improve your odds. You can rig the game a little bit by the way you're presenting yourself, by the way you're marketing yourself, by the way you're networking. That's all there is to it. It's funny, Celeste. ACM says, did you go to school for CS at one point? Nope. Did you just kind of find SQL? Yes. I found it on the job. I learned everything that I know on the job. I did not take any, I've never taken any formal courses on coding or computer science. And you don't have to. You can if you want to. There's nothing wrong with that. But there's nothing wrong either with just kind of learning stuff while you're working. That's how people used to do it, right? In the old days, you just take an apprenticeship and you learn what you know on the job. And so that's kind of what I did. I basically apprenticed my way into a developer role. No, you're always going to be nervous you're missing something fundamental. I know I'm missing things about computer science theory and data structures and algorithms and that kind of thing, but it doesn't stop me from building stuff. The fear of not knowing something shouldn't stop you from trying to build something. You might make mistakes or you might not do it the optimum way, but you're going to build something nonetheless. Yeah, Quadshot, that sounds like a great idea. They say, I'm interested in using this app to help archive the history of brown skinned Americans who have missing or partial family history due to systemic racism. Yeah, that's actually, and that's another reason why, you know, these types of archives of ancestry and graveyards are very important sometimes because graves decay, right? The stones decay, they break, they fall over, they get overgrown. And so if we can catalog these things now, especially for people who may not have anybody else looking for them or have much knowledge of them, then we can have this history, preserved in a digital ledger, even if nature eventually, buries it. No, Red Sly, they say I use ChatGPT to write my cover letters. Maybe I should ask it to present me better. You can ask it to change tone. You can ask it to improve wording. You can, yeah. There's ways you can do that. Yep, can't let the fear that everybody else knows more than you keep you from using what you do know. Exactly, 100%. Yeah. So, with that being said, let's build something, shall we? So, let's take a look at this. So, the front end, as I mentioned, is very simple. It allows you to do essentially a wildcard search on first name and last name. And then, a search on birth year and death year. You can fill in none of these fields, which will bring back all the records, or you can fill in as many or as few fields as you know. So the user can say, "Oh, I only know, a partial spelling of their last name and the year they died." Perfect. That's enough, and it will bring back any of the matches that it finds. So that's how that works. And so obviously, what's powering this is a database. So as we mentioned, let me zoom in here. That's really small. As we mentioned, this is running on a relational database in Supabase. So if you're not familiar, um, Supabase, Supabase is essentially a web-hosted way to set up a SQL database, a relational database. And if you're familiar with Google Firebase, this is the free version or the open source version of Google Firebase. So it does pretty much the same stuff, but it makes it really easy to spin up your own relational database, sort of like we do with MongoDB, right? MongoDB is pretty easy to set up. You can easily set up new collections. You can easily set up, new databases in MongoDB, and this is essentially the equivalent for the relational structure. So if you ever need to do it, I highly recommend Supabase. And here's my project for this cemetery. And essentially, all we need to do is set up a table, which I have done, and I'll show you that. And then we can connect to that table just like we would, a MongoDB database. So here's my table. It's called Grave Register. And we can see here that it's got many, many fields. And the reason we have so many fields here are these are all the fields that people have been recording manually in an Excel spreadsheet, probably for years, which is really impressive, right? Somebody has put in all the legwork to record all this information manually by hand in an Excel spreadsheet, and now essentially what I'm attempting to do is just digitizing it in a database. Watch Me says college is just 1% compared to real business. Yeah, exactly. I really don't. I got far more out of. I got far more education once I started working rather than that I did during college. Now I'm not saying college is bad. I had many good experiences in college, but I really didn't understand how to survive in the adult world until I actually started working. ACM says, "I'm sorry if I missed this. Why Supabase versus Mongo?" Yeah, so good question. So let's think about this a little bit. My data source here is an Excel spreadsheet. It's a very large Excel spreadsheet. And so why would I use Supabase or this structure here for that data that I'm going to be loading in versus Mongo? Why would I do that? Yes, Supabase uses tables, but why? It's structured data. That's right. Yes, exactly. Yes. So the pattern of an Excel spreadsheet fits the pattern for a relational database, because MongoDB is all separate documents that are unrelated to each other. They can be any length. They can have all sorts of like nested features and things like that. And that's not really the type of data that I'm dealing with here. It's flat data. It's arranged in rows and columns, and there's certain rules for each column. Right? Each column, for example, the birth year column always has to be a number. Oh, thank you for the follow, and I forgot to thank the last couple folks. Thank you for the follow, Zanazi and Disrupt Dev and Yelim. Thank you so much. But yeah, so like for example, this birth year column, this has to be a date. This has to be like a number. Birth date should always be a date. Death death year should be a number. Death date should always be a date. So there's certain rules that these columns need to follow in order for the data to be correct. And so in this case, the only choice for this project is a relational database. A document-based database would not be a good choice, because you can't. It's a lot harder to enforce the rules of the data. We can't easily do queries where we look at all the records at once and then return multiple records. It's much easier to do that with a relational database. Yep. With MongoDB, Angular says with MongoDB you can also have schema and you can add the rules. Yeah, but that's an add-on. It's not built in. It's not built in to the database structure. Where the relational database, you don't have to worry about that. It's already there. You don't have to add anything extra. You don't have to add Mongoose on top. It's all like that's this is literally how relational databases work by default. So we don't have to bend the rules at all. We don't have to change the way they function. It's just that's how they are. So the only correct choice for this was relational. But that's an important question that we have to ask ourselves. Um, with any project that we start is that you always should ask yourself what are the right tools for the job, and sometimes the right tool is a document database. Even though I'm a SQL developer, I work with MongoDB all the time because sometimes it is the correct choice. It just depends on what you need. It's really important as we're talking about these things to not get hung up on saying or insisting that one is better than the other, because if one was truly better than the other, then the other wouldn't exist. So we really need to be careful about that when you're speaking about these things, to say like, oh, well, relational is always better, or documents or document based databases are always the best. But it's all about what's the right tool for the job. So always keep that in mind. Now, how am I going to get this spreadsheet data in to my database? Now, keep in mind, this is not real data here. What I'm showing you, this is generated by ChatGPT. So, how we get data into this table is there's several different ways you can do it, and this is a good way. This is the reason why Supabase is such a great tool, because when you want to go insert new data, you can literally just import it from a CSV. Now, what is a CSV? What is a CSV? If you're going to be working in a corporate situation as a developer, knowing what a CSV is very important. You will run across them. Danny says, I guess I'm early in my journey because I wouldn't know which to choose over which. That's fine. You don't always have to know right off the bat. Nobody knows everything. That's what Google's for. Yeah, that's what Google and documentation are for. A lot of the times, these tools in their documentation, they will say what they are good at and what they are not good at. Yeah, so CSV literally stands for comma separated values. And so essentially what it is, it's literally just this data, what you see right here on the screen, except each record is just in a text file separated by commas. So for example, it would be Walker, comma, 1980, comma, this date, comma, 2021, comma, etc. And it's just a CSV file is a good way to store large amounts of data while still maintaining that table structure without having to store it in a table, because it's smaller if you store it as a plain text file separated by commas. Yeah, so that's what CSV means. So you'll often find very large amounts of tabular data, so like a big Excel spreadsheet. You'll often find those things getting stored as CSVs and then re-imported back into a table. Yeah. The correct way to export an Excel spreadsheet. Exactly. Walker, comma, Texas, comma, Ranger. Exactly. Yes. That's essentially what the data looks like in those files. So as soon as the library says, yes, we want you to proceed with this project, what I'm going to do is take that giant Excel spreadsheet that they're going to give me. I'm going to clean up the data a little bit in Excel because that's a good skill to have. I can clean the data before I load it into my database. It's going to need a little tweaking. But once I've done that, I'm going to export it as a CSV. And then I'm literally just going to do this. I'm going to clear out all this test data, and then I'm just going to say import and upload it straight into Supabase. And it'll just appear in my database like magic. All, you know, 1 zillion records, or however many there are, several hundred records, will just appear in my database, in my table. Phil says, how do you deal with values that contains commas? So oftentimes formatting is not exported by default. So your source system will handle that type of formatting. Yeah. So like, you'll have, if it's a string, then it'll have quotes around it. But if it's a number, the formatting will be stripped. At least in my experience. Quad says, I missed the source of your data. Is this community source data or government provided? Are you talking about the data that's on screen right now? Yeah, fuel. And yeah, some other countries use the reverse, commas versus decimals. Exactly. The United States uses comma for the thousand separator and decimal for the decimal, or sorry, point for the decimal separator. Whereas many European countries use the reverse, which is really confusing. Yeah. Mr. says CSV William Shatner way of filing by voice. Yeah, exactly. But to answer the question, Quadshot, the source of this data that you see right here on the screen was generated by ChatGPT. I gave ChatGPT my table structure, so all the fields, and I said, "Hey, ChatGPT, give me 20 records that have these fields. Give me some fields that are null, so we can make sure that those show up correctly. Give me some null fields. Give me some fields with identical names." And ChatGPT was like, "Cool beans, here you go," and it just gave me those 20 records. And somebody asked earlier, how do you get that data from ChatGPT into your SQL table? Well, the answer to that is using SQL. So Supabase has a built-in SQL editor. So here is where you can write literal raw SQL code. You don't have to know SQL to work with Supabase, but it helps. So like I say, you can do everything with the Supabase GUI. You don't need SQL, but sometimes it's nice to just be able to run a SQL query like this. And so in order to get that data into from ChatGPT into my table here, I literally had ChatGPT give me the insert statements, the raw SQL insert statements that contained all those values. So I didn't even have to write them myself. I literally just copied and pasted them into this window. Let me see if I still have it. Let's see. Oh, yeah, here we go. So this is how it looked when I inserted it into my table. Well, this is some of the statements. It's not all of them. But here you can see how they look. This is just raw SQL that ChatGPT gave me. I could have written it myself, but it's easier if ChatGPT does it. And so we're just doing an insert into the table. We list out all the fields and then the values that we want to put into those fields. And that's what you see in the table. So that's how that works. Yeah, and so as soon as the library signs off on this proof of concept that we're going to build, um, I'm actually going to get a real spreadsheet that has been created by local historians that contains data about real people, all their real information, and I'm going to upload it into this database. Yeah. We shouldn't. Angular, they say a good coder needs to learn how to use ChatGPT. Yes, I agree, but I disagree that we need to become prompt engineers instead of developers. We need to be prompt engineers and developers because AI tools get things wrong often. But you should have the ability to use ChatGPT to give you things like this that you already know that you need. You already know how it should look. I just didn't want to spend time typing all this out. So I already knew exactly what I needed. I knew I needed an insert statement with these, X number of values. And I just said, hey, ChatGPT, write this for me because this sucks to type out. So stuff like that. We should be both. We should be good developers and prompt engineers. Yeah, Luandra. Yes. Thanks for stopping in. Good to have you here. Exactly. So we need to be careful about saying like, oh, nobody needs developers anymore because AI tools are often wrong, but they are also excellent tools. Yeah, exactly. ChatGPT, please do the customer data migration for me. Coordinate with the partner and customer to make sure there's no data errors. Yeah, not going to happen. That's why we need developers. They can't, the ChatGPT and AI tools can't see the big picture, but they can take really time consuming and mind numbing tasks off your hands like this. But yeah, you can see that I have a few queries here and I have been, I was doing some checking of my data. That's from something else. I've been doing some checking on my data. I was looking at my column names, their data types. But you can do all of this just within the table editor right here. This table editor lets you do everything with a GUI. So if you don't know SQL, that's okay. You can still insert data If you go to insert a row, that's kind of behind my chat, but you can see that it'll just ask you for all the fields. You can type them in. You can upload a CSV like I showed you before. And so, yeah, it's not going to stop you. You can create new tables as well. It'll ask you for all the fields. I can move this over a little bit. And so you can do all this stuff without SQL too. And Supabase also has excellent documentation. They have really good docs. So if you are trying to do something with the GUI and you say, well, I can't do exactly what I want, then Supabase docs can probably tell you how to write the SQL to get what you want. Yeah. Hi, and welcome to the stream. Red Slice says, are people using services like Supabase instead of running their own DB, mostly for security and liability reasons? Well, since this is going to be like a web app that I want people to be able to access from anywhere, I don't want this running locally on my machine. I want this to be cloud hosted so that it can be truly online and accessed from anywhere. Also, you can set all sorts of policies for this data. You can lock it down as much as you want. Like I have all the data in here set to read only right now. So anybody trying to access it can only read. They can't touch the data at all. So you can do a lot of policy-based controls on your data with Supabase. Yeah, exactly, Phil. That's another great example of something ChatGPT can't do. Oh, I see what you mean, Red Sly. Not locally on your own server. Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to bother with that. Supabase just takes care of all the, I don't know, the gnarly bits for me, and all I have to do is set up my data structure. So all I have is with Supabase, it takes care of all that stuff, and all I have to do is set up my schema. It's much easier to me. It's much easier than trying to manage all that stuff myself, and it's free. Supabase is free. There's no cost to it. So I guess I like free. I like free, and I like not doing extra work personally. But that's just me. If you want total control, I suppose you can still host it yourself. But yeah, so any questions about the Supabase database? We're not going to rebuild the whole thing. I'm just going to use this one. But you can feel free to build your own if you would like. If you want to follow along and connect to your own Supabase database, all you would need to do is just set up a table. And the only fields, really the only necessary fields you would need in order to make this work would be at minimum last name, first name, birth year, and death year. Those are the only 4 fields you would need if you want to follow along. Just last name, first name, birth year, death year. And at any point, if you're following along and you just start with those 4 fields and you're like, hey, I actually want to build an app out of this of my own, then you can always change your table structure later. You can insert columns. You can add more structure to it. You can change all sorts of things about your table later on. You don't have to be stuck with that structure. Okay. All right. Any questions before we go into the actual sort of app side of things? We'll head into VS Code and start building. All right. I'm not seeing any questions, but feel free to ask questions anytime. If you're new to the stream, feel free to stop me anytime. Oh, also, I forgot to mention closed captions are available if you want them. Hover your mouse over the side of the screen, right about where I'm pointing, and you should see a little closed caption icon. If you click that, you can turn on captions. Hey, NPTO Dev, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Phil says, I'm what most would call an experienced dev. I write code about 20 to 30% of my time. That's what I enjoy. Not sure why they're so eager to take that away, right? Yeah. So we gotta have some fun sometime, don't we? All right. Yeah, and I do use ChatGPT in my day job, but a lot of the times I just write my own stuff because I know exactly what I want, and it's faster for me to write it sometimes than it is for me to type out to ChatGPT and tell it exactly what I need. Because ChatGPT doesn't understand, the history of my project or anything like that. So, it just depends, right? Like we've been saying, it's the right tool for the right job sometimes, but not all the time. All right, move this over, rearrange my windows. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, and I used ChatGPT to help me write something in PowerShell recently because I know I can do Bash scripting, but I can't do PowerShell. I just don't know the syntax for PowerShell. I could learn it, but I just didn't want to. And so I just had ChatGPT convert something, from a basic Bash script into PowerShell. It was helpful for that. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. This is going to be a very simple app, sort of by design. We don't want to build something too complex because this needs to be maintainable. So it may not always be me that's maintaining this. It may be someone at the library, who knows. And so I want to make this very accessible and maintainable to whoever comes along. So what we're going to do is just really have a simple structure with an EJS front end, and then just a simple server on the back end. So it's really just going to be two files with outside of the standard server structure. It's just going to be our index.ejs and our server.js. Okay. So first off, let's go ahead and create our folder structure. Oh, thanks, Mattel. That's awesome. I got it working though. I appreciate it. All right. So if I'm using EJS, what folder am I going to need to create to put my index.ejs in? If you've not used EJS in a while, you might not remember this, but EJS does require a specific structure to our application. What folder do I need to create to put my index.ejs in? Because EJS is what? Good guesses all around. What is EJS? It is a what engine? Yeah, so Blind Devotion is right. We need a view folder. Exactly. We need a views folder. Yeah, it's a template engine and it creates views. Exactly. So inside of there, we can create our index.ejs. And then back at the root, what are some other files I'm going to need? Not knowing anything else about the application, what are some other files I'm going to need? Obviously, I'm going to need a server.js. Let's see, I got to make sure I'm in the right place here. Oops. Server.js, yeah. CSS, yeah, kind of optional, but what are some other files? What are some other files I might need? Remember, our structure is going to be very simple. So these basic sort of files are really my only code files. But what are some other things I'm going to need in order to make my server work correctly? A package.json, yeah, absolutely, that's one. Yeah, we're probably going to need a .env file. Why do we need that? Startup builder, that's npm init. Yes, we're going to have to do that, but that's not a file. Public, we won't need that for this project. Good guess, though. So what does .env do for us? Yeah, so it holds sensitive data and environment variables. So for this project, what do you think I'm going to be putting in there? DB what? Yeah, the database key, right? How I connect to my database, because I want that to be hidden. I don't want that to be visible in the main code. And so a way we can do that is we can hide those things in what are called environment variables, which live in a file called .env. And what this does is it hides it from the main structure of the code and allows us to access those variables from anywhere, but keeps them hidden. Yeah, passwords, keys, API keys, that kind of thing. You never, never, never want to expose your API connection or your database connection information or any passwords publicly in your code. You always want to hide them in some kind of an environment variable. Yes, we can add a README as well. Exactly. Um, if I am using environment variables, what's something else I'm always going to need? These two things should always go together. Another file that I'm going to need. If I'm using environment variables, Yeah, exactly. We're also going to need a get ignore. If I'm using version control, which I should be, we always want to make sure that if as soon as we create that .env file, we're also creating a get ignore alongside it. So that way I can add my .env file to my get ignore and not store my passwords or push them up to GitHub. Yeah. Yeah. So this is a good start here. And to create some of the files that folks are suggesting, I'm actually going to go ahead and need to initialize npm and maybe install some dependencies. So let's go ahead and get to that. Yeah, good answers all around. So a lot of those files I'm not going to create myself. Those get created programmatically by initializing npm and installing packages, right? I don't create those myself. Yeah, and I'm going to need to, once we have our node modules file or folder, I'm going to need to add that here, but we don't have it just yet. So let's go ahead and create that. So I'm going to say npm init-y. Get this going. And now I have my package.json file. Perfect. So now I can start installing some dependencies. So what are some dependencies I'm going to need? What are some packages I'm going to need? .env, yes. What else? Express, sure. What else? The third one might be a little harder. There's 4 total, I'll tell you that. Not SQL, we're not using just plain SQL today. Yeah, we're also going to need to install the specific Supabase connector because we're connecting to Supabase. So a lot of times, think about if we were using MongoDB for this. You would have to install either the straight up MongoDB package or something like Mongoose to help you talk to your database. It's the same thing for Supabase. We have to install a specific sort of package that allows us to talk to Supabase in the way that Supabase expects, which is using something that looks like SQL but is not quite SQL. Yes, and the other thing we're going to have to install is EJS, right? So we're going to install EJS, and then the Supabase package, and I'll put this in chat so you have it. The Supabase is at Supabase, and then slash Supabase -js. And so essentially what we're doing here is we're installing the Supabase library, but just the JavaScript version, because there's several other versions for other languages and we don't need those. We just want the JavaScript one. So npm i.env express ejs supabase and then /supabase.js. And I'll drop this in chat. Let's see. Go. I think I maybe accidentally there's ping. If there's a user called Supabase out there, they just got a ping, but because the @ pings somebody in Twitch. So that'll be fun for them, I'm sure. At least I didn't spam it. Startup says, is this stream sponsored by Supabase? No, but I honestly wish it was. If they wanted to sponsor me, like I would advertise for them because I love their product. It has a free tier, so you can use it for free, like which is my main criteria. And they have great features. It works really well. So like Supabase, if you're listening, like if anybody knows anybody at Supabase, like I like if they sponsor me, I will advertise for them gladly. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Yeah, exactly. Like I would wear a Supabase t-shirt. Yeah, and they have fantastic documentation, which not all that not all open source projects can say that. So they knock it out of the park. Absolutely. All right, so now we're going to install these things. They even have an AI tool that you can use like in their SQL editor. So if you don't know how to write SQL, you can ask it for what you want, and then it will write the SQL for you. All right, so we've got everything installed. And now once we've done that, we can see that I have a couple of new items here that have appeared. We've got our package lock and we've got our node modules. Now, node modules is the one that I want to, not mode, node modules is the one that I want to add to my get ignore. Now we want to make sure we save that as well. All right. So we've got that set up. All right, now the next thing I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and set up my environment variables. So I'm not going to show you these, but these are essentially the private keys that are going to allow me to access my Supabase database. So where I find that information is on the dashboard. So we'll move this over. And it's on your dashboard. So once you create a project, you'll be able to find these things. Let's see. Yeah. So if you scroll down a little bit, you should be able to see it at the bottom of the screen there where I've highlighted. Scroll down just a little bit farther. There we go. So down at the bottom of my screen there where I have the highlight, that's where you can find your project URL and your API key or your database key. So I'm going to create two variables, my Supabase URL and my Supabase API key. And I'm going to populate those with the actual values that Supabase is giving me on this page. I'm not going to show them to you, but I'm going to add those in there. And then once I've done that, you just don't forget to save. And now you'll be able to access these variables from anywhere in your project. Grizz, oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the sub. Wow. So kind of you. Thank you, Grizz. Grizz, you're very cool. Always appreciate having you here. Thank you so much. In 4 months too. Wow. So generous. Thank you. Oh, and thank you for sharing that, Sloop, as well. That's there. So if you want to contribute to Supabase as an open source contributor, that is the link to do so. Yes, thank you for sharing that. All right, so I'm going to go to, well, actually, it's time for a break anyway. So during the break, I'm going to plug in my variables here. And then when we come back, we can actually start building out the project. We'll build out our front end first. And then we will build out our server to talk to our front end and talk to Supabase. And we're going to write some SQL, except it's going to be not pure SQL. It's going to be SQL that is it's a sort of a weird Frankenstein hybrid of JavaScript and SQL. It's pretty fun if you haven't seen it before. It's a very interesting beast. The Supabase language that it uses. What's the problem, Grizz? Feel free to we'll post it in chat over the break, and then we'll talk about it when we come back. Okay. All right. Time to take a break. We're gonna take 5 minutes, and then when we come back, we're actually gonna we're gonna be done with the setup, and we're actually gonna build the project. Fairly straightforward, but we're gonna get to use some pretty interesting. Well, we're going to get a little practice, let's say, with navigating arrays and objects and with building out a server using Supabase. All right, cool. I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. Get yourself a glass of water. Get up and stretch if you've been sitting this whole time, please. Um, Pet your dogs, pet your kids, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back whenever you're ready. Oh, Sloop, I'm glad you like the transitions. Yeah. Only the finest built-in Twitch transitions for my viewers. Grizz, I'll talk about your question as soon as we come back. All right, folks, we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Grizz says they are creating a project and following a book, beginning Node.js. When I'm trying to register a username and password, it's not showing up in my MongoDB Compass GUI and not even in console log. It shows the registered entry with the unique ID, but not the username and password. Yeah, so the most common reason that happens, and the reason your ID is showing up is because that's generated by MongoDB. So that's not generated within your application. That's created by MongoDB. So that's why you're still getting an entry. But the most common reason why data doesn't show up in any data on any database when you're trying to send it from a form, I assume you're using a form, is that you aren't parsing it correctly in your server. So you need to make sure there's a couple different ways you can handle data. You want to make sure you are doing you're using the Express body parser, and you're handling URL encoded data as well. So you probably need both of those. Yeah, so you got to make sure you're handling that your server is recognizing the data that's getting sent from the form. Otherwise, it's just going to pass an empty object, which is probably what's happening. So when you console log, I imagine just nothing shows up because your server isn't even registering what's being sent by the form because it doesn't know how to parse it. Also, too, yes, that's a great point, Startup Builder. Another thing that people often miss is that you also need to check your form, so your HTML form, and make sure that all the fields in your form have not only an ID but also a name. So a name value. So name equals whatever, because that's also how your server is going to pick up the individual fields in your form. Otherwise, it can't identify them. The ID is just used for your CSS, but the name is what's actually being read. The name attribute on your input form is what's being read by your server side code to find out what those individual fields are. So two things to check there. Probably it's likely you've missed one of them. I don't know which one. And also to do not store plain text password. Don't store plain text usernames and passwords in your database. Bad idea. You can, well, I guess you can store usernames plain text, but never ever store plain text passwords. I'm not sure if you are, but you must use some kind of a hash to store them properly. Okay. Hopefully that helps. There's a few things to check there. So check that you have the correct parsing on your server side, and also check that on your HTML side that each of your input fields has a name attribute. Okay. Cool. All right, let's build out our HTML, and I'm gonna demonstrate that name attribute for you in just a minute here. So Grizz, if you want to stick around, you're gonna see some of this stuff in action that might help you in building out your stuff. All right, so during the break, I added my variables into my .env file, so I've saved that. I've got my Supabase key and my project URL saved as variables, so you'll see me reference those variables in a minute. So I'm going to go ahead and close that. And let's start building out our front end. Okay, good. You are hashing those. Perfect. Bcrypt hash is fine. Yep. So the reason, but again, you still need to figure out, why those things aren't showing up. So two things to check, and I'm gonna show you a couple of those things here in this very project. which might give you, some idea of what's going on with yours. Okay. All right. So first off, our front end, we're going to do this with EJS. But first off, I'm going to start by building the form, and that's pretty much just going to be raw HTML. Not much we have to do there. So I can spin up a template really quickly by just saying HTML5, like so. Oh, and before we get into this, one other thing I wanted to mention is that I know a lot of folks, especially in 100 devs, are they're always looking for clients, they're looking for projects, they're looking for things to add to their portfolio, right? And any developer, really, if you're looking for a job, you're going to need stuff on your portfolio to show other people. So if you're having trouble finding a client, or if you just want to help someone, check out your local library, because yes, they have a lot of resources that you can use, but you can be a resource for your library or your community center or whatever, because a lot of the times they have a lot of volunteers that work for them, like your library, your community center, but oftentimes they are older people who have time to help, but they may not have the technical skills to actually build tools that can help them reach out better to the community. A lot of time they're using paper newsletters, they're using, paper calendars, lots of paper things where they can't reach everyone or can't reach everyone efficiently. So you might be able to help your local library, just like I'm doing with this project, and build them something, build them a tool, build them an interface, take away some of that manual work, reach out to members of the community better, more quickly, people who only have phones, who don't have mailing addresses but have a phone. You can reach them, with an online tool. And so talk to your library. They might just jump at the chance for you to build a project for them and put it in your portfolio. Yeah, right? Exactly. So talk to them. And then here's another thing that you might not have thought about. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of, older folks that volunteer for the library. But another thing about those folks is that they're often very well connected. These are the folks that, they used to work for the newspaper, or they used to work for the bank, or they used to work for, that one pizza place in town that everybody loves, right? And so they are going to know, they're going to say, oh, well, my son owns that business and I love what you did for our library. So I'm going to recommend you as a web developer to my son. Or they might say, well, I'm on the board for the local civic arts center and they need a new website. Would you like to, we'll pay you to build them a website. Stuff like that. Like those folks have spent years in the community. They love the community. They've built connections. So they can connect you to other people, to clients that you can then, get paid to build stuff for, right? So that's another thing too, is the more you get involved in your community and the more you show your value to your community, the more your community is going to want to give back to you and get you clients, get you connections, help you network. Yeah, exactly. So hopefully that's helpful. And that's an angle that not a lot of folks, people don't often, unfortunately, we're a very sort of a, capitalist society, and we don't often think of outreach as a way to then elevate ourselves. But it can benefit you monetarily by connecting with your community, right? Because you make connections and then those connections want to help you. Yeah. Startup says, I want to make websites for hotels. Okay, well, I'm sure there's probably a local hotel in your area. And if you can, again, make a connection in your community, maybe they know somebody that works at the hotel. Library folks at libraries have buku connections like everywhere. Yeah, so think about it. All right, I just didn't want to forget to mention that. So let's get into it. We're going to call this Cemetery Search App. There we go. Buku, yeah, exactly. Sagama says retired teachers. Yeah, tons of retired teachers work at libraries. And and the thing is, retired teachers, they like remember the kids that they've taught, and those kids are now running local businesses. And so again, connections. Yep. They'll say, oh, a former student of mine, runs a piano teaching business and they need a website, that kind of thing. Yeah. All right, and then I just have a little bit of text here that I'm going to put in paragraph tags at the top. This is just sort of instructions on how to do this, how to do the search. So inside the body here, You can put whatever text you want. This is just my text to kind of show people how to use the form. And then for my form, I'm going to use form tags, obviously, and then I'm going to have four inputs. And I'm just gonna put the raw tags in for now, and we're gonna modify these in a minute. But I'm gonna need 4 inputs. Oh yeah, and I'm also gonna get rid of my terminal so we have a little bit more space, and make this window a little bigger. Okay. ACM says, "Is this being recorded?" Yes, it is. All my streams are recorded, and I have a huge backlog that I need to move to YouTube. They're on YouTube right now. They're just marked as private, and so I just need to. I do a few edits, and then I'll publish them. So there's going to be a ton of videos hitting my YouTube channel here very soon, as soon as I have time to finish them. Yeah. Oh, and did I spell cemetery wrong? I did. I repeatedly spell cemetery wrong every single time I type it. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, Lawanda, no worry. If you want to link to my YouTube channel, do !YouTube in chat. My YouTube channel it has my entire archive. Well, it's missing a few videos from when I very first started, but the majority of my archive. And it's also ad free, so no ads. So if ads annoy the crap out of you like they do me, my YouTube channel is ad free. A grave error, yeah. ACM says, is it okay to name database columns with 2 words like first name, or is it better to use underscores or dashes for use with SQL queries? So generally, you're going to use underscores or dashes or something like that for your column names. But then when you query them, you can do something called aliasing, where you can have them show up as whatever name you want. But when you're actually building them in the database, I generally use underscores. You could do like camel case or kebab case or whatever if you wanted, but it just it depends on your sort of standards and processes. Did I spell fields wrong? Oh yeah, I did. Leave alone unknown fiends blank. Thank you for catching my spelling errors. Oh lordy. Yeah. All right. So we've got a form with 4 inputs, and I'm actually going to go ahead and wrap these in divs too for styling. I should have done that for starters, but I forgot. But it's up to you. You don't have to. That. And then fix my formatting, which is all screwed up. Perfect. Okay, so inputs wrapped in divs. Now, what else do I need? What's best practice when I'm building a form? What else? What other tag should I add in here if I'm building a form? Oh yeah, thank you, 80s, for sharing those different examples of types of cases. Yes. Yeah, kebab case is called that because it looks like a shish kebab. It's got a dash in the middle, so it's like things on a stick, you know. Um, yes, but another very important component of a form is also having a label for each of your inputs. So whenever you have an input, you should also have a label associated with it. Add those. Now, what are labels good for? Why do we use labels instead of just like a span or something like that? Yeah, labels are good for accessibility, right? Because a label, as long as we're associating it directly with that input box, it's going to make sure that screen readers are telling the user. If a user can't see and they're using a screen reader that reads the text out, it's going to tell them exactly what that label is pointing to and what that box is for. Yep, screen reader accessibility, exactly. Strains like perfect use of spaced repetition. Yeah, that's why I ask these same things over and over again because it makes you remember them. All right, and then the other thing, yes, somebody suggested earlier, another thing that we need is also a button, right? But not just any type of button. So with a form, what type of button do I have to use to make sure it works correctly? Can't just have a raw button, right? It's got to have a type. Mm-hmm. Yeah, specifically, it needs to be a button of type submit. Yeah, and what this will do is cause certain default actions to happen. So essentially, the cool thing, HTML forms are great. I talk about them all the time. I love forms. They're my favorite HTML element because they do such cool stuff just automatically. We don't have to program it. We could. I showed you, I think, in the stream a couple weeks ago, how we can make a form, how we can essentially duplicate what a form does automatically in our own code. But you really don't have to because the form will just do it unless you stop it. So, what forms can do automatically are things like reload the page or they can send data to a server. And so, we're going to allow this form to behave like it does automatically and send data to our server without us having to do it ourselves with client side JavaScript. So, we're going to avoid any client side JavaScript by just letting the form do its own thing. Yeah, Sloop says languages usually have naming conventions. You can look it up online. Exactly. Yeah, we were talking about how we should set up a SQL table, what types of naming, what types of formatting we should use. Yeah, you can look up definitions for those things, and really how you do it is going to be somewhat up to you, but somewhat dependent on the general rules and guidelines for whatever language you're using. Kobe says, "Is Devin going to take software jobs?" No, I will tell you that. So, short answer is no. Long answer is kind of what we talked about before. It's this AI. It's just tools. It's not replacing any humans. It's just making our jobs different. Copperly says, "I'm going to take software jobs." Damn right you are. Exactly. That's the mindset we should have. We're going to take software jobs. AI is going to help us. Okay, so with that in mind, if I'm going to use this form like its default usage, what am I going to need to add up here to my tag in order to make it work properly? I'm going to need an action, right? And the action is essentially going to be the URL that I'm going to send up to my server. So this is essentially what I'm telling the server to do. In this case, the action is going to be a search. What else do I need to add? Yeah, I can add a method, right? Now, by default, I don't necessarily need to because what am I doing here? If I was going to add a method, what would it be? Remember, I'm doing a search and I've made my database read only. So what type of method am I doing? We have a few choices, right? We have like delete, post, patch, that kind of thing. Get. Yeah. So it's going to be a get because all I'm doing is just fetching data. I'm not updating it. I'm not creating it. I'm not deleting it. Of the CRUD, I'm doing the R in CRUD. Exactly. So my method here is going to be get. By default, the form is going to do get by default, but we can declare it here. That's fine. And then I'm going to give it an ID. Actually, no, I don't need an ID. Never mind. I'm not going to give it an ID. So yeah, this should be all we need in order to make the form work properly. Actually, no, I am going to give it an ID. Never mind, I'm waffling, but I'm going to give it an ID of just search form. We'll do that. Okay, now, so for my input boxes, first thing I'm going to do is set these up, and then I'm going to assign the labels to them. Waffles. Don't make me hungry, Cavalry. Come on. Now we talked about earlier. What is the essential thing that I need to add to all of my input boxes in order to make sure that my server can use them when they get submitted? IDs can help, but what else? What is the other? What's the one thing I specifically said that we need? Yeah, we need names as well. That's the thing that people often forget because oftentimes you're using an ID for like styling, right? But name is actually what the server is going to read. Yeah. So start with last name. And then I'll just take this and I'll paste it here and we'll change this to first name. I remember getting so confused, when I was first learning development, because I wouldn't add these things, and then I would try to, yeah, and we'll need the ID for the table, but strictly for the server, we need a name, right? The name field is the name, and the label is the label is the ID is for the label, whereas the name is for the server. But I remember as a newer developer, I had a project and I kept submitting it over and over. I had my form set up, I double checked everything, and I just kept getting empty array or empty objects passed to my server every single time. Console log didn't work, nothing came back. And I was just pulling my hair out. And it turned out that I just didn't assign name values to my form, and that's why it didn't work. So something as simple as that can really trip you up. So there's no shame in everybody's done it at some point. There's no shame in forgetting it. And especially if you are, using templates, or you're using, if you don't do these things by hand occasionally, that's the kind of thing you're going to forget as well. All right. So for the, actually, let's go ahead and I'll set up my labels as well. So as Startup mentioned, as Startup mentioned, if we want to assign a label to an input box, we need that ID value to associate the two. So we can say label for, and then last name, and then label for first name, and we can fill in the fields, last name and first name, like so. And then my next one here, my next input, this is going to be a number because this is going to be birth year and death year. So both of these are going to be numbers for the input type. And we can give it an ID similarly of birth year, and then death year for the second one. Death year, like so. And then also these are going to need names, but they can be just the same as the ID. So not too hard. It would be nice if everything worked off the same attribute, but here we are, right? I don't know. Capitalist says, I don't know how I have any hair left on my head, pulling your hair out. Startup says, I forget almost everything. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? People are always saying to me, like, oh, I don't know if I'm ready to build things. I don't know if I'm ready to get a job. I mean, like, everybody makes mistakes, and nobody's ever ready for anything. When have you ever been ready for anything in your life? So at some point you just got to dive in and start doing things and make those mistakes, and because that's how you make progress. Ed Barr, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. All right, so got that. Then label for, so we can set up our labels now that we have our IDs, birth year, and death year. Now, for my number inputs, since these are year values, I want to make sure that users are not trying to type in, let's say, like, their relative died in 1920. I want to make sure that they aren't trying to type in just like 20 and get a result from that, because it's not going to be accurate. It's the database isn't going to be able to return a result that matches that, and they aren't going to find what they need. So I want to make sure, I want to add some constraints to my front end rather than validating it on the back end. I want to add some constraints into my form directly, so they can't even submit it if it's wrong. Now, Startup suggests regex. We really don't have to get that fancy. One nice thing about knowing a little bit about HTML is that there are certain things you can do with default attributes. So we can actually add min and max values for a number type input field. Oh, that's the wrong one, by the way. Got to put it in the right place for it to work. But for number input fields like this one, you can add min max attributes. So for this one, I'm going to say, all right, min value of 1700 and max value of like 2050. It doesn't really matter. It's just making sure that these numbers are going to be constrained to 4 digits that make somewhat sense, right? That makes some level of sense. Copperlily says line 22, forgot the R. Oh, yeah. Thank you. All right, so with this now, if they try to enter a year that's not in the proper range, it's going to not allow them to submit the form. So that we can't make a bad request if they can't type the wrong thing. And that's always you should always validate your data, as many times as you can, but it's best if you can catch these issues as early as possible at the user entry stage rather than on the database side. Startup says HTML5 form validation is good. Yeah, it absolutely is. It's very helpful, and it gives descriptive text. If they try to submit it, it'll tell you exactly what's wrong. So, rather than having to do manual regex or whatever, which you can do, we've actually done that. We did that recently on another project. I don't remember which one, but we just did some regex validation recently on a form. But if you can use the default values, it's a little easier to maintain. Okay, so for now we've got our form, and then below that, I'm going to put just a header for our search results. But before we actually build out the table, I want to skip over and build our server and our SQL queries so we can see what the data is going to look like that we're going to pull back from the database. Because once we know how that data is structured, then we can decide how to build our table and how to write the correct EJS to generate that table dynamically. Okay? All right. So let's pop over to our server.js and set that up real quick. There's not a lot to this. It's going to be pretty standard until we get to the point where we actually do the query. So standard stuff, we're going to initialize Express. And yes, there's templates for servers as well, right? You don't have to type all this out every time, but I'm doing it. I like to do it because it helps you remember the elements that you actually need to build a server. Okay. Did I spell something wrong again? I don't think I did. Okay, well, I'll figure it out eventually, I guess, if I did. All right, so the next thing we're going to do, this might be a little different than what you've seen before. This is just for Supabase specifically. This is how we are able to create our Supabase client. We're going to call on that library that we installed, the Supabase library, and it's just going to be the Supabase.js library that we installed. And we're also going to require .env so we can access those .env variables. Now, newer versions of Node and Express have different ways that you can access environment variables, but I'm just more familiar with .env, so I'm going to use it for now. But I do know that Node and Express have some of that built in. I think Node specifically has that built in now, which is neat. All right, so we can say const app equals express, so we can access those express methods. And then I can also set up my port. Now, why did I capitalize port? Set it up as 5,000. Why did I capitalize the word port? Yeah, generally when you see a capitalized variable, it's because it's a constant. Now, because we're working in JavaScript, there are no rules, right? There's no requirements. JavaScript is the Wild West. JavaScript doesn't care if you do anything. But in general, if you have a constant, which means a value that's not going to change, like this port number, then you want to capitalize it. Do I do that all the time? No. But I do generally remember to do it for my port values. But yeah, it's just a quick shorthand way of saying, hey, this is a constant. And it's just a set value that's not going to change. Okay. Now I can initialize Supabase, and we can create our Supabase client. So this is similar to kind of setting up your MongoDB connection, where you pass in your URL and your secret key, and in MongoDB you'd pass in your connection string, and it essentially initializes that connection with your cloud database. So in order to access my environment variables, I can say process.env, and then access my Supabase URL and my Supabase API key. All right. That's all we have to do. That's all there is to it. Set up Supabase. Now, 80 says technically isn't every const a constant? Yeah, it is. It is. This is just a static value, like just a plain number or text. It's not going to change. All right, now Grizz, this may be where your app, like I mentioned, there's a couple things to check on your app that you're having trouble with. So one of them is you need to make sure that every field in your form, every input field in your form has a name value, a name attribute. And then also, here's the second thing that you might be missing. So you need to make sure that you're able to parse URLs correctly. Red Dev, thank you so much for the follow. So data that's being sent by via parameters in a URL. You need to make sure that Express is set up to handle those. So you want to say URL encoded and then extended true just for extended, just to make sure that you're able to parse anything that comes through. Not intended, extended. There we go. So make sure that Grizz, make sure that you have this in your code. And you may also need a express method for JSON parsing as well, for body parsing. So you should have those two things. We won't need the other one in this case, but check, that might be tripping you up. Juwandi, thank you so much for the follow. Hi, Irad. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Steel Toad says, if I had $1 for every time I forgot the name, I could found a startup. Yeah, that's the thing about being a dev that a lot of people get wrong is they think that you have to have all this stuff memorized. And yeah, having it memorized is great. But are you going to be able to remember everything? Hell no. That's what documentation is for. That's what Google is for. That's what GitHub is for. Like that's why we do those things, because no human can remember this stuff. All the time. So there's no shame in Googling things. All right, so we've got that. And then we're going to also have to set up EJS. So by default, right, unless we tell it otherwise, our server is going to be looking for static files, like an HTML file. But we don't have HTML, we have EJS. So it looks like HTML, right? But it's not. It's EJS. It's a different language, essentially. Just mimicking EJS, camouflage as HTML. So we need to explicitly set our view engine as EJS so that our server looks in the correct place to render the correct file. So we need to do that as well. And then also we need to tell it exactly where to find our views. So where is it going to find views? It knows it needs to look for a view, and we're using EJS, but where is it going to find views? Well, it's going to find them in our folder called views. So that's exactly where those files are going to be located. Yeah, exactly. It's about knowing where to look things up, not memorizing things. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody would be able to be successful if they had to memorize everything all the time. Wouldn't that be terrible? Gosh. The way you're successful is if you know how to research and you know how to learn. All right, so now the first thing I need to do, the most basic thing, is I need to render my main page. So when the server starts up and somebody navigates to the URL, I need it to render my homepage, which is my index.ejs. All right, so how do I do that? How do I tell my server, hey, when someone visits the URL that I specified, whatever the homepage URL is, when someone visits that page, please display the homepage. You don't have to give me the whole code, just give me the general sense. How do we do that? How do we tell our server to serve up the homepage when someone visits the URL? We need to set up a route. Okay, yes. What type of route should that be? Of our choices, we have, post, put, delete, get, patch, when we're displaying a home page, what type of, if let's think about it in terms of CRUD. So create, read, update, delete. In terms of those four actions, so you have four choices, 25% chance to get it right. What type of action is it? Create, read, update, or delete when we are displaying the home page. Yeah, it's a read, right? And so in terms of express methods, like Startup Builder said, that's going to be a get, just like we did on the form side. We're getting data in the form, and when we're displaying the home page, the user is getting the home page from the server. So it's going to be an app.get route. Yeah. And Renit said, you don't have to require something to use EJS. No, we're essentially doing that here. Um, we're setting, this is kind of like the require here. We're setting our view engine to be EJS. So it's going to reference it. As long as we have EJS installed, you need to make sure that you installed EJS as a package. But once you've done that, you can use it. Yeah. And our specific route for our get, whenever you visit the homepage for a website, it's essentially just this. It's the base URL, so localhost 3000 followed by a slash is implied. And so whenever somebody visits the route that's just the URL followed by a slash, we want it to render the homepage. Okay. And then my parameters here are going to be rec and res, which stand for what? What do rec and res stand for? Yeah, rec and res stand for request and response. Yep. So the response is what we're going to be concerned about here. We're going to pass as a response. So this route comes through here to the slash, and our response is going to be, thank you, here's the homepage. So we can say res.render, and then we're going to render the file called index, which we've already told our server is located in the views folder, and it's going to have an EJS suffix. So all we need to say is, hey, look in the views folder. It's doing that already. Look for a file called index with an EJS suffix, and that's what you should display. All right. So now the thing here is that I'm going to add an extra property to this. And this will make sense in a minute, but just roll with me for now. I'm going to add a second property to this. And it's just a simple object with one key value pair, and it's going to be records null. And this will make sense soon, I promise. We'll come back to it. Okay? But I'm going to need that. In the end, I'm going to need that for my page to function correctly. So we're going to render the index page, and we're going to pass in a value of records null, essentially as a variable, kind of. So essentially it's an argument. We're passing in an argument, records null, that our EJS is going to be able to read. All right. Yeah, and that's why we are using res.render instead of send, because we need to add a variable to our EJS file. Yeah. Records is like passing data to EJS. Yes, exactly. So later on, you're going to see we're actually going to be putting something in here. So not when we first render the page, right? Because they haven't done a search yet. But after they do a search, we're going to have data that we're going to want to send from the server back into our EJS so we can show it to the user, right? The results of their search. So we're going to be passing in the results of their search as a value for records, and then that's going to be read by our EJS. All right, so now speaking of that, let's go ahead and do our search request. So since we passed in a GET request from our form, we also need a GET route here on the server side, and it's going to be listening for that search path. And if I am talking to an external database or an external API or an external data source that I don't control, what type of function should I always use? Whenever I'm talking to something external that I don't own, what type of function do I always want to use? Arrow, true, yes, technically. But as Copper Lily said and Sloop said, we want to always use an asynchronous function. Why? Why should I always use async if I'm talking to an external database? And again, I'm going to have a request and response here. And it is going to be an arrow function, yes. But it doesn't have to be. We could use regular functions for this. We could use promises for this if we wanted. Yes. So we need to we need to make sure that we can wait for that database to respond because it may not respond immediately, right? It could be down, your network could be crappy. You could be, on a mobile phone in the middle of the desert, and it's just gonna take a while for that for that request to travel where it needs to go. So, yeah, we're gonna need to wait on that response, and because we're using async, we can literally command our function to wait until it gets an answer back from the database before it tries to do anything else. So now I can actually set up my query. So this is where I'm going to set up my database query. And if you're not familiar with the word query, query just means the question that we are asking the database. What are we asking the database for? Yeah, we're going to await for a promise. Exactly, Angie. Yes. Yep, when we're not in control of the remote end, so we don't know what kind of load or queuing is going on. So, yep, you're all exactly right. All right, so I'm gonna set up some of the properties of my query. And what I'm essentially doing here is I'm going to, well, actually, I'm going to let you guys tell me. I'm going to write it out, and then you're going to tell me what I'm doing. Why am I telling you? You guys know this. Birth year, and death year. Also, too, if you don't know the answer to something, and there's always going to be things that we don't know, right? We talked about that. You're allowed to say, I don't know. Can you, or if you don't understand something that I've told you or that we're talking about, please say, I don't understand. I don't know. Can you explain it again? I have no problem with doing that. I want you to understand. So, what have I just done here? The clue might be right here. Yeah, I'm doing something called destructuring. Exactly. Yeah, and the rec here indicates that something is being passed from the client side into, like, via this route into this function. So the request means it's coming up. The response always means it's going down, right, from the server to the client. But the request means it's coming up from the client to the server. So some data is getting passed via the request, and it's being passed in essentially my query. So it's what's coming in from the form. What I'm getting from the form is coming in, and I'm destructuring that information and extracting these elements. And we're going to see how I use these in just a minute. Yeah, that's fine, Danny. Yeah, this is destructuring is maybe not something you've seen before, but it's a nice quick way to essentially, if you, let's say I'm passing, let's say I have an object and I want to assign a bunch of things that are in that object into a whole list of variables at once. So I want to take things out of this and I want to quickly assign them to multiple variables. I want to quickly assign values to last name, first name, birth year, death year. I want to strip those all out and put them into an object with key value pairs. And so that's essentially what I'm doing here, grabbing everything out of that request and popping them into this object. Yeah. Instead of doing right, exactly. We could do this individually. We could say rec.query.lastname, rec.query.firstname, rec.query.birth year, rec.query. But that's 5 lines. So instead of that, why not just do 1 line and literally assign all of these things at once? Yeah. Hey, Matthias, good to see you. No worries, Matthias. Yeah, destructuring is a game changer. It's you don't have to use it, but it's a wonderful time saver when you need to do a bunch of things at once from a single data source. You want to split that out and assign a bunch of things at once. So destructuring is great for that. So now let's set up our actual query, the thing we're going to ask the database. This is how we talk to our database. And so in order to talk to our database, we can use Supabase methods. So Supabase, these methods are going to allow us to format our query in such a way that Supabase will understand it. So if I was to query, let's say I'm just writing raw SQL and I want to just get all the records from my table in my SQL database. So real quick, I'm going to go back to my SQL editor here. If I was just saying, give me everything from my grave register table, I would say select star from grave register, which is what I've done here. This is raw SQL. So if I want to convert that into JavaScript, I can't write it exactly the same way. Believe me, I wish I could, but I can't. So I do need to convert it a little bit, but you'll notice the similarities. So I'm going to say dot from grave register. So I'm essentially just saying, all right, from this table, I want to select, and then I'm going to have a list of values. And I'll tell you why I'm doing a list of values in a second, but let's finish out the rest of the query. So I'm going to be selecting, but we'll put in select star for now. So if I just wanted to get everything from that table, don't care about the order, this is how I would do it. We'll do that for now. We'll change it in a minute. And then another thing I want to do is I always want to make sure that the data is being displayed to the user in alphabetical order by last name. So if they just, whatever results they get back, they should be in alphabetical order, A to Z by last name. So if I was writing SQL, does anybody know how I would do that? JC says making REST APIs. Yeah, we're making a little API here to hit a Supabase database and return some data for a local community project. Sort by. Yeah, essentially we're doing a sort, but what's the specific clause that we would use in SQL? There's a specific keyword for that. Yeah, 80 says order by. Yeah, exactly. So SQL, like any language, has special words for things. And so in SQL, if you want to do a sort, you essentially say order. You say order by, and then you tell it what column you want to order by. So we would say order by last name. Matthias is asking about SQL after cohort 3. Yeah, there is going to be more SQL in cohort 3 if you're interested. Yeah, so as Mott suggested there, we would say select star from table name, order by, column name, ascending. Yeah, exactly. That's how you would write it in raw SQL. So in the Supabase version of SQL, we're going to say order, and then we say the column we want to order by. And then we don't have to do this because order by is ascending by default. But we can be explicit here, which I think makes it clear. So we can say ascending and then true. Now, if we want a descending, we could just say descending and then true. So this will say, all right, from grave register, select everything, select all the columns and all the rows, order it by last name, and sort that last name in ascending order, A to Z. Cool. So now this is going to get us everything every single time, everything everywhere all at once. But that's not really what we want, right? Because on our front end here, we have some inputs and we want folks to be able to put things in those inputs or not put things in those inputs and return the correct result based on what they've put in. So they might put in a last name or they might not. They might put in a first name, they might not. Birth year, maybe not. Death year, maybe not. We have no idea what combination of fields folks are going to submit. But if they fill all of them in, then we will obviously want to put all of them in the query as filters. So what's the easiest way for me to, this isn't a SQL question, this is a general JavaScript question. What's the easiest way for me to include something in the query if it exists? And if it doesn't, just do nothing. What's the quickest way for me to do that check? Just in general JavaScript land, if I want to say do something if it exists, if a value exists, if it doesn't, then don't do anything. We could do short circuits, we could do ternaries, but in a more general sense. Undefined, not sent from front end. Yeah, I think probably the easiest way. We'll do this. and define, yeah, so 21 got it. Yes. What I'm looking for is truthy, falsy values. Probably my favorite thing about JavaScript because it's so dang weird. So essentially, if we want to just say do something only if a value exists, so, and then we could say, just for now, we'll just say do something. All right. So if I want to say if any of those values exist, then do something. If not, then don't. This is a very quick and easy way to do it. We can say if last name, then do something. Now, why does this work? Well, it works because if something exists, then it is truthy. And this if statement will evaluate to true. And so it will do something. If last name does not exist, if it's null coming from the form, no value, nothing to parse here, then it will evaluate to falsy and the if statement will be skipped. Okay? I'm not sure how many folks have seen truthy falsy before, but it's probably something you'll see a lot, especially if you work with JavaScript. It's not really common in other languages, but in JavaScript, with the Wild West that it is, truthy falsy is often exploited. Toothy, yeah. All right, so does this make sense? Feel free to say, if it doesn't make sense, feel free to say so. Yeah, so if last name exists, then do something. If it doesn't, then it just skips it. All right. So I'm going to keep going, but speak up if it doesn't, if you're like, wait, I don't get it. So last name, first name, and we'll fill these in just a minute. I just want to get the kind of the structure set up. So for each of these potential fields, we have no idea whether or not the user is going to actually fill them in or not, because they're all optional. So we want to make sure that we are able to skip them if there's no value, so that way our query doesn't error out. So we can do checks for each one. Startup says, I saw something like this, last name question, do this, else do that. Yeah, that's a ternary. And we can use that if that's a little bit better for if, let's say, we wanted to do one thing if it does exist and then do another thing if it doesn't. But in this case, there's nothing, we just want it to be skipped if it doesn't exist. So in this case, I think this is probably the cleanest way to write it. But yeah, ternaries are great. You can do truthy falsy with ternaries too. If you have a true and false value, a true and false option that you want to execute and you just want it to be one line, ternaries are great. String static success, yay, else boo. Yeah, it's essentially an if else statement, but just written as a fancy one liner. Yes, and a ternary does not work if you don't have an else. Yep, you must have an else with a ternary. So that's why we're doing this here. I mean, there's, we could do short circuits or whatever, but again, I want this to be fairly maintainable by somebody else. And so that's a consideration here. I'm going less about LeetCode style and more what's the most readable thing I can do. And I think this is more readable than something else. "21 says you could just append an empty string to the query. No, I don't want to do that. And you'll see why in a second. So if last name exists, I want to essentially look in the database for a value that is similar to whatever they submitted. Now, it might not be, remember, it might not be a full last name. They might have only put in a few letters. I want to return any matching records with that sequence in it anywhere. It doesn't have to be, it could be at the beginning, it could be at the end. No worries, Sloop. Good to see you. It could be at the beginning, it could be at the end, it could be in the middle. Don't care. So this is a little bit more advanced SQL, but in SQL, there's something called a like statement. And that allows you to look for something similar, but not exactly matching the value you're passing in. So it's a partial match. Anytime you're doing a search, in a search bar or on a website, it's probably doing something like this. It's doing a like. It's doing a partial match, looking for anything that's similar, even if it doesn't exactly match. And so we can say, I like, which I thought was pretty funny. Thank you for the follow for loop. Perfect follow, perfect timing. For loop and bash. Thank you for the follow. So we can say like, and then the value of whatever they passed in. name last. So essentially this is going to be the column we're looking at. We're looking at the last name column. And then the value we're checking is, I'm going to type this out first, and I'm going to explain what it's doing. All right, tick. Let's see. I'm missing I'm missing my $sign. Yeah. All right. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying, all right, look at the last name column and look for anything that's similar. And these little percent signs here on either side, this is SQL shorthand for saying, all right, look for this last name value, whatever they put in. It could be one letter, it could be, a full name, doesn't matter. Look for values on either side of it. So this value of last name could be located anywhere in the string, anywhere inside that person's last name. If they passed in the letter M, it's going to look for an M anywhere in the string. Beginning and middle doesn't matter. There could be values on either side. That's what these percent signs are for. It says, hey, values are allowed on the left, values are allowed on the right. This string could be anywhere in the word. Okay? So that's what that's doing. And then I can also do the same thing for first name. Just change it to name last, name first. And then last name, then first name. So we have wildcard matches on either side, allowing us to look for that value anywhere in that string in the column. Fuel says SQL has something similar in its case when, so this is literal what we're doing here. This is all SQL shorthand. I mean, we're essentially just using the same thing you would do in raw SQL if you were writing your own SQL statements, except we're just translating them into JavaScript syntax. So you're going to see all the things that are familiar in SQL, if you know SQL, just translated into JavaScript. We're using a template literal in here, passing this in, and so it's going to essentially just look for wildcard, string, wildcard. We need to write self-documenting code. Yeah, as much as we can. Yeah. There's a like comparison operator in PowerShell. Yeah, I think I think like is something that's fairly common in other languages, although it gets used quite often in SQL. Yeah, and the reason it's called a ternary operator when you're doing that kind of a shorthand if else is because it has three parts. It has the thing that you're passing in and the two options, so it is three, ternary for three. Yeah, three parts. Yep, exactly. All right, so for the birth year, we're going to have a slightly different query. For birth year, we already know because we formatted the form in such a way that it can only be a year that's allowed to be passed in, four digits in a year format. So for this one, we're going to say query equals query, and essentially, I want to get an exact match. Whatever they passed in, I want to match it exactly because it's going to be a number, it's going to be four digits, it's going to be a year. So I can say, instead of like, I want to say equals. And so we say EQ for that. And we're taking the birth year column and we're just passing in whatever raw value they submitted, birth year, because we already know it's going to be correct. And we're going to do the same thing for death year. Okay? Cool. All right, so now we've set up our query. Like this was all just the setup. We're setting up that string. And so what you're going to end up with, if you were writing raw SQL, you'd end up with something like this. It would be select star from grave register where, and then you could have a varying number of things in your where clause depending on what they actually filled in. But we could say something like where name last like, and then we would say let's say whatever the value is, last name, where name last like last name, order by name last, ascending. So if I was writing raw SQL, I would write it like this. And this is technically all one line. I just wrapped it for you so you could see it. But yeah, so this is how this would kind of look if I was writing this out in raw SQL. Hey, Memento. Welcome. Good to see you. All right, so we've essentially set up our query. We've teed things up. Now we actually need to execute it. We need to pass it to our database. So we're going to do this and then we'll take a break. I just want to finish with this little section. And so if I am going to be talking to a database, if I'm going to be sending something to a database and hoping it works, it might not work. If I'm going to be sending something to a database, what should I do? What structure should I create if I'm going to be talking to a database with an uncertain chance of success? Yes, I'm going to need to await, but what larger structure should I also add? Oh, thanks, Memento Mori. That's so nice of you. They're popping in to say howdy, and anyone in chat who may be struggling, you've got this. With time, you can do anything. Absolutely, you can. Yeah, we're always gonna whenever we're pitching something to a database, we're always gonna want to add a try catch block to make sure that if we do get an error, we're handling it gracefully and our app isn't just bombing out. Because nobody wants that. If there is an error, we want to display it. We want to fall back gracefully. We want to give the user a chance to try again. All right. Now, I'm going to do another quick destructure here. And this should make sense in a second. Okay, what am I doing here? Well, I'm passing my query. Essentially, I'm passing my query to Supabase because I set it up here already. I said, all right, Supabase, and then from do. I set the whole thing up. And with this, I'm pitching it over to Supabase to execute and see what we get back. And then depending on what we get back, I'm going to pass those values into two variables, data and error. So if we get an error, it'll be assigned into the error variable. If we get data back, it'll be assigned into our data variable. So again, I'm doing a destructure here to say, all right, whatever comes back from the database, drop it in here and assign it appropriately depending on the name. So if data comes back, it's going to be called data. If an error comes back, it's going to be called error, and it'll assign it to the appropriate variable. So I'm awaiting the response. And as soon as we get it, I can immediately throw the error. I think you don't necessarily have to do this. I'm trying to remember why I did this. I think I was troubleshooting something, but you could also just throw it immediately and exit the function. And we can also console log our data if we want. That's always good when you're setting up a new server. And then finally, assuming that data is correct, right? There's no errors to throw. We can go ahead and render it. We can show it to the user, pass it back to the client as a response. So I'm going to say response, render. We're going to re-render our index page, except this time it's going to have records with all of our data. So I can pass this back to the client side and it can write all those into the table and show it to the user. All right. Matthias says, I can't count how often I wrote clever code and then forgot to return something. Yeah, exactly. You got to remember the return. You got to remember the response, that sort of thing. Yeah, you do something and your function's not working. And you're like, wait, what? Why didn't I get anything back? And this is just because you never told the function to send anything back. Startup says, we need to invoke the query. Yeah, essentially that's what we're doing here. We're setting it up first. We're defining it first, right? We're just saying literally let query, right? We're defining the query first. And then down here, we're sending it. We're sending it off for execution. Essentially, we're creating a promise. Yeah. And then depending on what we get back, assuming we get a good result, we're going to re-render our home page with all of the data that we got back. And when we finish building out the home page, remember we didn't finish earlier, we're going to set up a table that's going to loop through this object, all the data, all the records, and it's going to set it out as a table with rows and columns and all the data in the right place. All right. Now in our catch block, we can just say console error Now you could also console log. I've console logged many an error, but if you do console error, it's gonna give it the correct formatting. It's gonna be all red, and red and scary in the console, which is technically correct, the best kind of correct. So we can set the message in the console, and then we can also send back a status of 500. You don't necessarily need to do this either, but it's just technically correct. And we can say send internal. That way, if you wanted to do some, specific error handling on the client side to do something when an internal server error occurs, you'd have this information. So, yes, that was a Futurama reference. Good catch. So, query is literally we're invoking our Supabase instance here, and we're calling these methods. So I know this is a little long, so it's a little hard to tell what this is doing, but we're essentially just saying Supabase, call these methods to execute this query with these parameters. So there's a lot happening here. It's not just, we didn't just like define a string. This is not just a string. This is actually, we're calling Supabase with all of its methods. Okay. And then what we get back is going to essentially be an object with a value of data and a value of error. So this is the result. So what we're doing here is we're destructuring this, and we're saying, all right, whatever I get back from the database, hopefully it's data, but it could be an error. So depending on which one we get back, we're going to assign it into one of these two variables. Yes, what we're awaiting specifically is all of this. We're awaiting this Supabase method, all these Supabase methods that we're calling. The result of that. Supabase is going to take this, go talk to the database, hand it all this stuff, get some data back, hopefully, and then dump it in here. All right? Yeah, so and essentially what we're doing here too, that's a good point. What we're doing here is we're doing something called chaining methods. So if you're not familiar with that, it's no different than doing this. We're invoking Supabase, and then we're calling a bunch of Supabase methods. So we're appending all these methods. So it's essentially like if I was doing this. So this would be an example of a query we might send with all these methods chained together. But we can put them on separate lines because JavaScript doesn't care about white space. So it just makes it easier to read. So this is all one thing. It's being assigned to this query variable, and then this is when we're actually executing it. Renit says, I still don't understand how a wait query will get stuff from the database. Well, because we're essentially just defining it here, and then we're executing it here. Well, we're building the query with Supabase, and we're also calling the methods, and then this is when we're actually executing it. It's more than just building it. This is the execution right down here that we're doing. So this try catch is where we're actually doing the magic and hitting the database. No, we don't need to do query run. None of that. Don't need to do it. I promise. I swear. I know you don't believe me, but I swear. You don't need to do it. You can look at the documentation if you don't believe me. But yes, this is all we need to do. When we do it, it's going to run the query against the database, and it's going to get some data back, and we'll even console log it. So you'll see you're getting something back, and then it's going to send it back to the client and re-render our index. Now we're in Code Wars territory. Yeah. Chaining methods is a cool thing. If you know how to do it, you can make your code look a lot cleaner rather than just having a long, string. If you know that you can put this white space here and keep everything attached. Frankly says, I missed the first 1.5 hours. Where does app.get come from? Express. Yeah. So all these app.gets, these are all express methods. So if we go back up here, you can see we're defining app equals express. And then so anything we say here, app.get, whatever, this is all express methods. We're just using app as a shorthand for express. And it's just kind of standard, standard practice to do that. I mean, you could call it pickles or whatever. It doesn't matter. But you can, as long as you're attaching it to something, you can still call them methods. Okay. Startup, yes, that's essentially what we're doing. We're saying let query await Supabase from. Yep. Yep. Yeah, there it is. Yep. That's what we're doing. We're just putting it on separate lines. It still works though. Well, we'll try it here in a minute, and then it'll. JavaScript is weird, isn't it? JavaScript is so weird. That's why I like it so much. Counts as the driving cat. Yeah. All right. So let's take a break. We're going to take a break. And then when we come back, last thing I want to do here. What's the last thing I need if I actually want my server to work? And the reason I'm asking this is because I forgot it when I built this initially. So what's the last thing I actually need in order for my server to work? Yeah, I actually need to call the express method to actually start the server, which is app.listen. Because I did not do that, and I was confused why my server didn't work, and it's the silliest mistake. But that just goes to show that no matter how many of these you build, you're always going to run into stuff, silly mistakes, things you forget. Which is again why I like to do a lot of this stuff manually rather than using templates or whatever, because it helps keep those things in mind, right? The things that that are so basic that just slip out of your head otherwise. Server running on port, and then whatever port value we chose, boop, there, pass that in. Okay, so we're almost done with the server. There's one more thing we need to do, but I know this was a lot, so we're going to give folks a break, and then when we come back, we're going to finish the server, and then we're going to finish our client side with our table, and then we're going to run it. Cool. Yeah, it opens the port, exactly. Understanding a template often takes longer than writing it yourself. Yeah, I suppose it depends, but I mean, always doing it yourself at first is always a good thing, and then going back, and even if you start to move to more advanced frameworks like React, like obviously we do React here all the time, React, Astro, Next, whatever. It's good to then go back to basics sometimes and remind yourself why all these things are happening and how they work. Yeah. All right. BRB 5 minutes, and then when we come back, we're gonna finally fit it all together, finish this up, and kick her off. All right. See you shortly. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. Get yourself a glass of water. Get up and stretch. If you've been sitting this whole time, please do stretch. Don't get carpal tunnel. Use the restroom. Do whatever you got to do. Pet your cat, pet your dog, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Sorry, folks. Twitch was bugging out on me for a hot second there. All right. So before we go any farther, yes. So Startup Builder says it's not going to work. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. We can try it out right now. We don't have to finish the front end because we're console logging at some point here. We're console logging our data. So let's just try it now. If we get something in the console back from our database, that means we've done it right. So let's go ahead and test it right now. We'll just double check and make sure that we've done things properly. I think we have, but no harm in checking. So I'm going to open up a terminal and I'm going to do npm start to start my server. We'll make sure that runs first. All right, so my server is running on port 5000. So what I can do to do a test query, I don't even need to open Postman. We don't even need to get that crazy. I can literally just grab the URL from the browser and I can change it to localhost 5000, which is this version of the app that we're running. So I'm going to change it from 3000 to 5000. Pop that in, hit enter. There is my new version of the app, the one we're building right now. And would you look at that? That's hot, fresh data right from the database, baby. Local ghost. Ha! Oh, Copper Lily, always in it with the best jokes. Yes. It's a local ghost 5000. Magic, I know, right? Check it, baby. We got fresh data from the database, piping hot and ready to serve to our client. Yes. So it works. Always good to check. And and you're not wrong. Like you said, we need to troubleshoot this stuff, right? Yeah, we do, and that's good. So it's always good to before you go out and you build out a whole front end, it is always a good idea to make sure that your back end is working properly, and you're even going to get enough data to populate the client side. So, yep, good test. Make sure that we built everything properly. And here we go. And so essentially the secret sauce here is a couple things. We're doing this try, which means we're going to execute something. We're setting it up, we're teeing things up, and this is where we hit the ball. We're hitting the ball off the tee and executing it, seeing what we get back, and then rendering out our client side. Startup Builder, no, don't say that. You're not always a fool. No, you're engaging with the material, you're asking questions, and you're questioning things, right? And that's the thing. You shouldn't believe anybody on the internet. Doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter if it's me. Doesn't matter if it's Leon. Whatever. It doesn't matter who it is. Don't believe people on the internet and ask questions. And and as long as you're not being a dick about it, then that's perfectly fine. And you're not being a dick. So no, you're not a fool. You're not wrong for asking questions. Everybody's allowed to. And we should test. We should have a hypothesis. And we should test it. We should validate our work. We should double check. You've seen how many spelling errors I've made. I've been making spelling errors left and right this whole time, and y'all have to keep pointing them out. So everybody makes mistakes, right? Everybody doesn't know things or is confused about things at some point. Yeah, that's getting things wrong is an integral part of being a developer. And so if everybody got everything right all the time, then we wouldn't be devs. And I'm not laughing at you either. Absolutely not. I think coding is for you, startup. I think coding is for you because you're asking the right questions. And if you didn't ask questions, if you weren't showing curiosity and showing an interest in why things are the way they are, then again, you also wouldn't be a good dev. So you're doing the right things. Yeah. You need one developer if they got everything right all the time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and see what Celeste said there. Exactly. Yeah, everybody has to learn something new sometime. There's a wonderful I wonder if anybody can link it in chat. There's a really great XKCD comic because there is an XKCD for everything about somebody learning something new, and it's about basically there's always at least like one lucky person a day that gets to learn something new. And isn't that wonderful that that there's always somebody that gets to learn something new? Yeah. And we validated that the code works. Because I mean, there's been times, how many times in my past streams have we gotten all the way to the front end and then it doesn't work and we have to go and troubleshoot the back end? So it was good. I'm glad that we tested this because I could have made a spelling error. I could have done something silly, missed a comma, whatever. It happens. And so I'm glad that we validated that it's functional. Exactly. And Strain said, if you're asking a question, there's probably a few others sitting in the audience being quiet, thinking about the question, but they're not brave enough to ask it. And so somebody being brave enough to ask a question is always commendable because many people won't, and there's nothing wrong with not asking. You're lurking, you're cooking dinner, um, don't feel confident to ask. That's fine. But the person that is brave enough to ask should always be commended for that. Yep. Okay. And also, unfortunately, like I said, making mistakes and um, getting the wrong answer and you know, having to roll with that and having to move on from those wrong answers, I think is unfortunately, yeah, also part of being a dev. Making the mistake and then being like, oh crud, what do I do now? That's part of it too. But hey, that's life, isn't it? All right, we're almost done with our server. Now I want to do one more thing. So our query is working. We confirm that. Exactly. I'm human. I make mistakes. That's how I learn and grow. Yeah, that's lovely. I like that. So one more thing I want to do with my query here is I want to modify my select statement. So whenever you're writing a SQL query, your select statement is telling the database what you want to see. So what do you want to have returned? What do you want to have returned? Particularly what columns do you want to have returned? So it could be that I don't care about all the columns in my table, and actually I don't. There's a few extra columns in this table that I don't care about, and I'll give you an example. So here I've done a select star from my table. I've said get me everything, right? But really I don't care about this updated date. I don't care about the created date. I don't care about the ID. Users don't need to see that. That only matters for the database in general or for the table structure. I don't need these things. This is really just for, internal use. So I don't care about these fields. So I don't want to return them. I don't want to do a select star. I want to only do a select on the specific columns that I want to show the user. I still want these columns to stay in my table. And startups asking, do we need to use projection to remove the columns? I think you're asking, do we need a view? No, we don't actually. In this case, the cool thing about writing SQL queries, and I'll give you an example. So the cool thing about writing SQL queries is that you can return essentially just a temporary result set. It's not a table. It doesn't exist beyond you querying it, but you can view it. So let's say, all right, select, let's just do this. Select name first, name last from Grave Register. Now I'm going to run this. And this will only give me a list of all the values in the first name and the last name columns in my table. Now notice I switched the order, right? In the base table, last name comes first. It's in the column order. Last name is before first name. But here I've switched them. And so in my results, I see first name, last name. And then I could say, let's say I want to add one more thing. I could say birth year. We'll add that. Cool. All right. So I have these results. It's a subset of what's actually in the table. Now, have I changed the table? If I were to do a select star on grave register again, have I changed the table by doing this? By doing this particular select statement here on these three fields, have I changed the underlying table? Yeah, I'm hearing some no's there. Yeah, exactly right. We're just doing a read only. This is just a read of the table, and it's getting back the results. It's not storing these results anywhere. It's just showing them to me. And then if I were to run another select statement right now, these results would be gone and they would be replaced by the new ones. So essentially, just by formatting my query in a specific way, I can get exactly the data that I want without having to change the underlying table at all. So the table can have way more fields and records and columns than I actually want to see. And I can use my query to get a subset of that data, only the things I want to see and I need right now. At any other time, I could go back and query other records with other filters, but the base data always remains the same. Okay? Yeah, and exactly, that's exactly right, startup. So whenever possible, we also want to make sure our query is formatted in such a way that it's only returning the results we need. You can use select star if you want to just look at the data and see what it looks like. If you don't know the table and you're like, hey, what's in here? What is this? You can do a select star, see everything. But then if you're actually using it in a production application, you're going to want to make sure that you've applied all the filters that you need and that you're only returning the actual columns that you're going to use, nothing extra. Because, yes, it's going to result in less data being moved around, better performance for your application, especially when you're getting into very large tables. Now, by very large tables, I'm not talking like, a couple hundred rows like this is going to be. I'm talking getting from the into the millions of rows. So at work during the day, I regularly work with tables that are 20 million rows, 30 million rows, 40 million rows, that type of thing, with 20, 30, 40 columns. And whenever possible, I am not fetching all the data from those tables. I'm only fetching the data that I need to do exactly what I need it to do right now. Okay, cool. I'm going to scroll back up and chat here a little bit. Oh, Tifu, thank you for that. Instead of Postman, I should try Bruno. Okay, yeah, I'll check it out. I've only ever used Postman, but yeah, I'll give Bruno a try if it's open source. That's cool. I wish I could throw you candy, frankly. Digital candy. There you go. I've got some nice emotes. If y'all haven't looked, I've got some good custom emotes. That's the closest I can get, I'm afraid. Yeah, Matthias, SQL is a great thing. SQL is absolutely the best way to look at data and process data. There's no better way, in my opinion, to look at data and process data than just writing raw SQL queries against that data if you can. It's just so fast. I mean, yeah, you can build an app to display it in a GUI or whatever, but like if you just want to get your hands dirty in the data and just tear it apart and play around with it until you find what you want, SQL is fantastic for that. It's quick, it's dirty, it works. And it's performant as well, assuming you write your queries well. Uh, it's my it's my data and I need it now. Call JG Data Worth 877 data now. Yeah, man, you cannot read that and not hear the music. Absolutely. Startup says, "Are we going to implement pagination?" I thought about that. We're not going to do it right now for this proof of concept. Um, I'm going to need to get a better feel for how big the data actually is in that spreadsheet they're going to give me. That may be we may do that in a future stream. So there's a few things I want to do if they agree to this. There's a few things I want to do in a future stream. Number one is I want to add update functionality so that folks who are creating this data set, this catalog of these graves, can just use the app and input their data that way. It's much easier, than doing it in a spreadsheet. They can use the app, put the data in, and then that there's also the ability to update records too. So let's say that somebody comes into the library and they look up their relative and they say, oh, actually their birth date is wrong, or their age is wrong, or whatever in here. Can we please update this? Or maybe their first name was spelled wrong, or their maiden name was wrong. Hey, we need to update this. This is wrong. So I want to add an update functionality, but I want it to be password protected so that like Joe Schmo just can't get in there and ruin a bunch of records. So I want to have an authentication where an administrator can log in and help the customer, or the user update that information. So, but by default, it should be read only. But then there should be an administrator ability to make changes or add new records. Dirty hands, clean money. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so by formatting our query correctly, we can only get back the records that we need, also in the order that we want them. Right? We can change this column order. We can even rename columns in our results set just with a query. So I could say name first as first name. See, I always forget if it's one quotation mark or two. I always get it wrong. There we go. First name. Yep. All right. Run that. Oh, select name first as first name. Let's see. Oh, why don't you like me? Do this. There we go. Yeah, so you can see I can even change the name of a column in my results set. Now it didn't update the underlying table, but in my results, this is a little easier to read. So we can do that. We're going to do that here because that's going to be handled on our client side, but just kind of showing you some of the stuff you can do. So anyway, let's go back to our code. So instead of a select star, what I'd like to do here instead is it one or two quotation marks? It's none. Yeah. I know. I do aliases all the time, but when you're doing it live like this, the simplest stuff just goes out of your brain, right? Yep. Lars says, why does first name come out as first underscore name? Just because those types of that type of formatting for like field names and stuff is case insensitive, so it doesn't register case. Yeah. So it doesn't care whether I capitalized it or not. It's not going to show the capital letters. Because by default, also SQL is a very old language, like I mentioned before. SQL is very old, and so it was actually invented back in the days before you could write in lowercase on computers. Like it was like that was back when everything was all caps all the time. And so if I was really, really writing like pure SQL, I would be doing it in all caps all the time. Just never take your finger off the caps lock key. But in general, we don't do that. But wouldn't that be fun if we did? Just be yelling all the time. It's kind of like COBOL in that way. At least I think that's how COBOL works. I don't know COBOL. Anyway, okay, so what do I need to do for my select statement? Well, first off, I want to make sure I'm only selecting the fields I actually need, and I want to put them in a specific order. Now, can you think of why I might want to put my fields in a specific order before I send them to the client side? What might be a reason for that? Why would I want to make sure that everything's in the correct order before I send it to the client, so that when the client side gets it, everything is in a very specific, well-defined order? I'll give you a hint. Let's see, I want to go localhost 3000 here for this one, finished version. Oops. Ow. Oh, come on. Let me get the finished version pulled up here, and we'll look at it again. Okay, there we go. Do this. Why would I want the fields I'm sending to the client to be in a very specific order? Mattel says they used to administer User accounts on a mainframe, capital for everything, including passwords. Yeah, a lot of mainframes, older mainframes can't handle case changes either. Less compute time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're sending less data because we're not including all the fields in our results. So yeah, technically, but the order really doesn't matter. Makes it easier to work with. Yes, but why? Searchable if on order. Well, we've already done the search, so we've already done the query, so that really doesn't matter. Well, I know, yeah. So the query itself doesn't care about our select order. It only really cares just about the actual like stuff in our where clause here. So the select order really doesn't matter. It doesn't care. Um, and 21 says they're displayed in a specific order in our EJS. Yeah, so our EJS in our table here, if you kind of think ahead about how we might build this, we haven't done this yet, but if you think ahead about how we're actually going to have to put this data in our table, our headers are going to be hard coded. Because I want to give these like custom names. So I'm going to be hard coding these headers. And so below those headers, when we're looping through all the data we're getting back from the database, I'm going to want to be gosh darn sure that that data is in the same order every single time if I'm going to be able to loop through it and put each thing in the correct field in the correct column. Okay? So yes, we could map, but if it's already in the correct order when we're sending it to the client, then that means there's no risk of doing it wrong. It's already going to be formatted correctly. We know exactly the order it's going to be in. We can control that. We don't have to try to like map the field, do a match on the header against the field, against the column. We don't have to worry about any of that. We already know it's in the correct order. So when we get it on the client side, we can just loop through it. And well, we're still gonna have to do a double loop. We're still gonna do a nested loop. So I can't speak to the amount of compute time. I mean, somebody who's a little bit more familiar with algorithms could probably tell me. I don't know the answer to that, but we are still gonna have to loop through each record and each field in each record. But at least we already know they're in the correct order, so we aren't gonna have to do any matching. Yeah, it's basically yeah, it's basically like for lack of a better word, it's an idiot-proof way of making sure that everything's in the proper order. So I'm going to copy and paste this in just because I don't want to type it. You can copy and paste it from the repo if you're following along. Essentially, I'm explicitly selecting the fields in this specific order so it matches exactly the way I'm going to enter it in my table. And this will make our looping easier, a little bit more straightforward. So selecting just these fields, which is not all the fields, we're leaving some of them out. We don't need them. We're leaving out the ID field, created by, updated by, don't care, don't need it. Just give me these. All right, save that. And now we should be done with our server. So we can go back now. Now we're passing all this data in a specific order back to the client, and we could test this if we wanted to, but it'll work. Just selecting these specific fields, and it'll show up, in the log with those fields in that order in an object. So it'll look something like this. Essentially, what we're sending back to the client is an array. It's an array of objects. Okay? So each value in the array is going to equate to a row in our table. All right? So this is a row. This is a row, etc., etc. And each of the values here is going to equate to a value in that particular column. All right? Tifu says, maybe overkill for this, but would want to use some intermediate data structure so the query and presentation aren't so coupled. I wouldn't. So this is me. But speaking as a SQL developer, doing this sort of thing is extremely common. We do this all the time. Like, this is a standard thing that you do in SQL. You only select the fields you need. You put them in the right order from the get-go. So this is a very common way to write a SQL query. Now, if you're maybe newer to SQL, yeah, and you're not less comfortable with it, absolutely, you could break it apart. You could write another function to rearrange them and reorder them. But like this is basically what SQL is for. It's meant for it's meant for correcting your making sure your data is correct and formatted upstream, so that way when you pass it down to wherever it's going to end up, it's already right. That's basically the cool thing about SQL is that this is what it's for. It's for cleaning your data. It's for taking that raw data and tearing it apart and turning it into something usable even before it gets to its destination. So right from the get-go, right from the source, you're going to have things in exactly the right order with exactly the subset of fields you need in the order that you want, with all the filters that you want to apply. That's the cool thing about SQL, and it might feel a little uncomfortable if you haven't done this sort of thing before because you're like, I want all the data, and then I want to parse it out with JavaScript. But I mean, this is why SQL exists because it's just so good at this type of thing. It's better than JavaScript at just talking straight to a database and getting back exactly what you want in a subset. Yeah. I know it's weird. If you haven't done SQL before, it feels strange to talk to just ask a single question, to ask one question to a database, to talk to a database one time and suddenly get back everything that you want, filtered, ordered, sorted, and the exact subset that you need just by asking the database one question. It feels strange, but again, that's the cool thing about SQL is that it can do that, and that's what it's made for. Neat Coder says, can two people have the same name and birthday? Yes. However, if you didn't want that to be possible, that is a setting that you could make in your table. So you could literally say there's literally a checkbox you can do, and it depends on how you're doing it. If you're doing it in Supabase, when you're setting up your columns in your table, there's a little checkbox you can say that says is unique, and so you enforce that not here in your code. So this is a little different than MongoDB. If you're doing it in MongoDB, in Mongoose, you would define a model and you would set rules for that model, right? And on your code here that you're writing right now. But in SQL, you do that on the database side. When you define your table, you can say is unique, can be null, like all those rules and regulations, data types, that kind of thing that you would configure, in Mongoose. You set on your database side in the table itself. So that if you wanted rules, you could add them certainly. So, for example, in this database, the way I've defined this table, I have this query already. Run this. This is what this query is doing is it's selecting the column names and their data types from the table. And we can see that every column has a data type. So for example, birth date is expected to be a date. If I tried to pass in a string, like the word, let's say, I can't do this because I formatted my form in a specific way. But if I tried to type in, the word dog in the birth date field and tried to write that to the database itself would give me an error and say, nope, invalid data type, try again, sucker. So, you're doing that sort of setup in the table itself, which is another change from MongoDB. Okay. Matthias says, can you show the table again and show where the object keys and values are? We don't, there's no such thing as keys and values in a, in a SQL database, but I think what you're asking for is like the column names and their data types. Is that right? I'm not sure exactly what you're asking for there, but this is the table and these are all the data types that we're allowing into that table. Primary key is unique. Yes. So in this case, our table does have a primary key. We'll do a select star. Run it. In this case, we have just an ID value here that's unique. So this is the primary key, and it's unique for every value in here. Actually, I think if we look at, go here to the table editor, it should show it here. And I will catch up with chat in a minute, I promise. So we can see, you see this little key value here? This means that this any value in this column here must be unique. So we could have repeated names, we could have, any of these other values could be repeated except for this one. This is our primary key. Renit says, is the code from line 20 to 38 the query to the database? Yes. We're defining it. And then if yes, didn't use await on line 20. Yeah. So startup, you can see that, you weren't the only person with that question. So not a bad thing to ask. So we define it first. Here we're just declaring the variable. Here we're kicking it off. So the awaits down here, it was just, if we were to wrap this whole thing, this whole query definition in a giant try catch block, it would just start getting monstrous. Just too hard to read, too hard to understand what's happening. So we're actually kicking it off down here. Good question, though. All right, catching up. No worries, Tifu. No, it's like I say, there's no harm in asking. Guess what I should was using a type. Okay, not sure I fully understand, but that's okay. As long as you're cool with the answer that I gave, that's good. That's all I care about. This is JS. Yeah, we're not using TypeScript for this, just JavaScript. What you said makes sense. Good deal. Nope, no worries. I don't mind people asking questions. That's perfectly valid, and I love talking about how cool SQL is. So you're never gonna get flack from me from letting me talk about SQL. No worries, Quad Shot. Thanks for coming in. She Bunny, welcome to the stream. They say, my mom has the exact same name as another person, first, middle, last. Oh my goodness. And the same birthday. Holy cow. Yeah. That's why, you got to be really careful when you're setting data rules like that, is that the universe is strange and that crazy things can happen like that. SQL is really wonderful to learn. Yeah. There's plenty of free resources. Absolutely. Okay, Unicorn says it's the if statement part I'm still not clear about. Please, could you explain again? Okay, so right here, I assume you're asking about? Okay. So first thing we're doing is we're pulling all the stuff out of the form. So the user has submitted the form. We're getting the last name, first name, birth year, and death year, and we're putting them in these variables. Okay, cool. Now, the important thing to remember about our form is that none of the fields are required. So any of those fields, or even all of them, could be left blank and the query should still work. If all the fields are left blank, it should just pull back everything, all records from the database, sorted in alphabetical order by last name. However, if let's say they fill in the last name field, but none of the others, well, then our query should have a filter on last name with whatever value they entered. Make sense? So if they put in the last name Miller in this field and left all the other fields blank, then our SQL query should essentially be, well, basically this. Select, and then it's going to be all the fields from Grave Register where name last, like last name, and then order by last name. So that's what our field would look like if we were writing it out. But if they didn't fill out any of the other fields in the form, like first name, birth year, or death year, we don't want to add anything else to the query. We just want that to be nothing at all. It should just be this filter on last name. That's all. And then any of the other fields that they do populate should also be added. So what we're doing here in the if statements, and we're saying, hey, if last name has a value, anything, it doesn't matter what it is, we don't care. If last name has a value, then take whatever is in this query variable, in this case, all this stuff, and add this additional method. So this, checking to see if the last name is like whatever they entered. If they also filled in the first name field, then also add this method. We're just going to be chaining additional methods if they put anything in those form fields. Okay? So if they put anything in here, This if statement is going to evaluate to true, because if a value exists, it's truthy. If a value does not exist, undefined or null, then it's falsy. So if they didn't enter anything into the form, this if statement won't execute, and this like method won't get added to our query. Okay? You get it. Oh, good, unicorn. That's awesome. I'm glad. Okay, catching up. Startup says, every time I watch Mindwolf, I know that I know nothing. I wouldn't say that. I would say that we do these projects because there's always more to learn, right? If I was done learning, I would just stop streaming right now. Because, I mean, what's the point? Like, if I wasn't learning anything, why would I be? I would just stop streaming and I would go buy a boat. but but the whole point of the reason why I do this is because, I learn stuff while I'm building these projects, and then I want to pass those same things on to you so you learn stuff too. And that's the fun part. We all learn stuff together. There are times, I'm not joking, there are times when I have literally been talking about something and finally understood it at the exact same time. Like, I'm talking about it on stream and then suddenly it like clicks in my brain and I'm like, oh my God, it makes sense now. I get it. Like, I didn't get it before. It makes sense now. So sometimes it's a mutual process, more often than you'd think. I just don't let on. Matthias says, weird things happen when you have a function that wants inputs and doesn't get them. Yes, exactly. So if this last name field was blank and we still added this, this filter to the query, then, might get some unexpected behavior. So we don't want to add it if it doesn't exist. If it does exist, then yeah, we do want to add it as a filter because the user asked for it. Renit says, so the if statement is like a query builder. Yes, it's what we're doing here is we're chaining methods. So we're calling Supabase. Supabase, this Supabase library that we installed contains a bunch of built-in methods, just like we would with MongoDB. Yeah, there's a bunch of built-in methods with Mongo that you can call, right? Same with Supabase. So we're chaining a bunch of methods together and building one single query, but only adding these methods if those values exist from the form. Okay? Fuel, you can actually do a quick Google for truthy falsy values in JavaScript. And you should be able to find a nice convenient table, I think in the MDN, that should show that to you. All the possibilities of what evaluates the truthy versus falsy. It's something I honestly have to Google every time because I don't remember it. She Bunny says, can you explain the try block? Yeah. So now essentially we've kind of set up our salad here, right? We've put everything in the bowl, but we haven't served it yet. We have all the ingredients. All the ingredients are here. We've put them in a variable called query. We've just declared this. Put them in a variable called query. Now we're actually executing it. We're hitting the database with our query. We're awaiting it. So essentially we're starting a promise here. And then what we get back from the database is either going to be some data, the results of our query, like one or more records, or even 0 records. That's a successful query too. Or potentially an error. Let's say we screwed up our query. We didn't write it correctly. Something is wrong. So we're going to get one of those two things back from the database. We're going to dump it into these variables. If there's an error, we're going to immediately throw it and we're going to exit the function. Otherwise, we're doing a console log, and then we're going to render out our home page and pass in that data so we can put it into a table. And then anything else will just get caught and, errored out too. Okay? Yeah, 0 seems falsy. I remember a friend of mine complaining about that. Yeah, so in the case of JavaScript, there's empty string is falsy, 0 is falsy, null, undefined. Essentially, empty values are generally falsy. Whereas values that exist, like, you know, one, literally anything. Um, those are all basically true. Anything else is basically truthy. Oh, he's calculating dosages for medicines. Oh my goodness. This trip to, yeah. If somebody's calculating dosages for medicines, why are they messing with JavaScript? I mean, honestly, I would think they'd be using something a little safer, but hey, I'm not one to talk. JavaScript is the Wild West, man. Neat Coder says, what if somebody has no birthday? Well, if there's no birthday value entered, then a query for a specific like year is just not going to ever return that record. So if they queried on like last name, then that record would still come back even if there was no birthday. But if they were querying on somebody who was born in like 1920, then since that record has a null value for birthday, it just wouldn't get returned by that query. So it's not going to cause a problem. It's just missing data, which happens a lot. A lot of the times in databases, your data is going to be nasty. You are not going to have every record populated every time. You're going to have things that are missing or incomplete. It just happens. That's, I mean, just like life, things are often missing or incomplete. Yeah, and yeah, and that's a good point. Startup defining what null is. So the way I like to think about it is in terms of toilet paper. So you have a roll of toilet paper in your bathroom, and when that when there's toilet paper on the roll, then it's like a value present. It's like something. It's like if they passed in a value of first name into the form, something is there. There is toilet paper on the roll. Now, for an empty string or zero, so just the double quotes or a value of zero, that's like if the roll is still there, but there's no toilet paper on it. Now, if you go into the bathroom and somebody has stolen not only the toilet paper, but the roll itself, there's literally nothing there at all, that's like a null value. So the null is there is literally nothing there, whereas zero or an empty string is like, well, yeah, there's something there, it's just not representing anything at the moment. So there's a difference between like zero or an empty string and null. Null is literally the absence of anything at all. Renee says, is it possible to console log the query before the try catch block? Not sure if it'll work, but we could try it. Just because it's essentially just a bunch of methods chained together, but I mean, try it. There's no harm in it. Save. Oops. What did I do? All right, fine. We'll just do it again. Save that. Console log query. Okay. And actually, I'm going to get rid of this second console log. Save. And then down here. And we'll just restart. See what happens. Okay. And then I'm going to switch to 5,000. Do that. Let's see what we get. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to get something kind of nasty. I thought we might. But let's see. Okay. So it is giving us essentially the query. So we're saying select and then all of our fields. We've got our order by statement here, name last. And then we've got essentially our filters here. So, okay, so here we go. So here's the select all these things, order by, and then I assume the filters are here somewhere. It's kind of nasty looking though. I don't want to expose my key. So, oh, because I don't have any filters. I didn't put any filters on because I just ran it wide open. So let's do this with a filter. All right, we'll do death year. We'll do 1920. Try that. Yeah, okay, here we go. So here's our select, here's our order by, and then here's our death year. So you can see it only applied that criteria if it was present. So if a value was present, then that criteria gets applied. Otherwise, like you saw in the previous one, it doesn't apply anything. All right. A lot of weird stuff is falsy. Yeah, that's why I always just tell people, like, I don't want to rattle off a list because I won't remember all of them. So I'm always just like, yeah, just look it up. There's a table because it's hard to remember all the falsy things. Yeah, and -0. Yep. Faker says, "Do you like Java?" I've never used Java in my life. I can't comment on that. The ambulance has a web app. Okay, it has to work offline. Huh? Interesting. All right. So JavaScript. I'm just thinking I build a lot of offline desktop apps in C#.net, but hey, whatever works. JavaScript is very flexible. I was decanted from a large beaker. Yes, and that's a good point, Strain. They say it's always good to bring up that null is usually intentionally used to say that there's nothing and that we expect nothing to be there. Whereas undefined means that we're probably expecting something, but we didn't get anything back. So it's an unexpected absence of data versus null being an expected absence of data. Uh-huh. Why are we using a promise for our query? Well, because we're getting something from a database and we don't know whether or not it's going to work and we don't know how long it's going to take. So whenever we have those types of uncertainties, whenever you're hitting an API or a database, doesn't matter what it is, you're hitting some kind of an external resource, you're pretty much always going to want to use promises for that because you need to wait on that data. You don't want your function to continue executing without the data that it needs to be successful. Otherwise, it will. I mean, JavaScript is not multi-threaded, so it's like, yeah, whatever. I'm just going to keep going. Bye, and it's not going to wait. So promises are really the only way we can make sure that you have all the data that you need before your code finishes. Has a method for EQ and I like. Yeah, so these are just built-in Supabase methods. So if you're familiar with SQL at all, you can filter your data directly when you're getting it from the database. In SQL, we call that a where clause. Essentially, it's just we're applying filters for the data. We're saying, hey, I don't need anything that doesn't match the last name that the user entered. I don't need anything that doesn't match the first name that the user entered because they're looking for that specific name value. They don't want to see anything else. They already know what name they want. So we want to filter out anything that's not matching with that. So that's what this is for. And then the EQ is saying they have entered a specific birth year or a specific death year. And we only want to return records with a year that exactly equals that. So if they entered 1920, nothing from 1921, nothing from 1919, just records that match 1920. So we're just saying like means it's going to be similar to this last name value. So maybe they entered Mill and we want to return Miller and Hamill, things that contain that MILL, and then EQ to say we want an exact match. 2RZ says TypeScript tutorials. I actually have TypeScript tutorials on my YouTube channel. If you do !YouTube in chat, head over to my YouTube channel, look for TypeScript. I've got a couple on there. Not very many, but a couple. Renice is still wondering about that. So to get into the specific nuts and bolts of that, honestly, I would have to look at the documentation to be, like, why don't we have to explicitly, make that go as it does? But it's really the same way we would execute a MongoDB query, though. It's no different. You would just the only thing I think that's tripping people up here is that we're not immediately saying await and then supabase dot whatever dot whatever dot whatever, but that's the only difference is that we've just split it into two. We would do the exact same thing for a MongoDB if we were hitting MongoDB. We don't have to say MongoDB run, right? When we're calling all those MongoDB methods like find one or find many, we never have to say run, right? We just connect, and then we do our MongoDB whatevers, and then we get a result and we go with it. We just say await MongoDB dot boop and then run it. So this is no different. We're just separating it out into two lines. I think that's the thing that's tripping a lot of folks up. Frankly said, if I like is not an exact match, how similar? So we're controlling the amount of similarity with these little ampersands here, these little percent signs. These mean wildcard. So if you're talking about searching, wildcard is essentially means, hey, you could have anything to the left of this and anything to the right of this, and it's not going to care. But if there's something anywhere in the string that matches this last name value, it's going to return it as a valid match. Now, if I did this, got rid of that wildcard, and let's say the value was passed in as MILL, then it would only return records that start with MILL and have anything else after them. So you can control the level of similarity just by using these wildcard symbols. And then if I wanted an exact match, I would use EQ here instead. But if I just got rid of the wildcards on both sides, that would essentially be looking for something exact. I would have to change the format a little bit though, but you get the idea. Quadchat says, is each class on YouTube? I was having trouble finding my class. Are you talking about my stuff or Leon's stuff? Oh, Nuggets, thank you so much for the follow. Because my stuff on my YouTube channel isn't necessarily organized by class, but if you want resources by class, go to communitytaught.org, communitytaught.org, and you'll find that all the resources are organized by class and spelled out for you there so that you don't have to try to match things together. Yeah, it doesn't matter how many first letters this wildcard means. It does not care. The string could be as long as you want, as long as this value is inside of it somewhere. Okay. Neat Coder says, what if a person has two last names? They're going to be in the same string with a space between them. So it's not going to care. I assume, it's either going to be hyphenated or it's going to be like, Smith space Jones. It's all in the same string. SQL don't care. Startups is I like is in. Well, it's kind of. So there's actually a distinction between in and like in SQL. So you have to be careful about that. So with like, we're implying wildcard matches. So we're implying that there's going to be some wiggle room here. Whereas in, I would generally use for a list of exact values. Bunny says, hypothetically for integers, if you want to provide items that are numerically one or two places above or below the entered number, how would you do that? So you could do something like query EQ birth year +1. So, query EQ birth year +1, and then I would probably also do an or statement. So then you could say or birth year -1. So it would accept either one. It would say, okay, well, if you entered 1920, it would look for records for 1921, or it would look for records of 1919, and both of those would be acceptable. So you can do stuff like this too, little arithmetic. As long as this is a number, then that you can do that, and you can do that in raw SQL too. So I'll get rid of this. Yeah, amazing. I think I agree with you there. They say, I don't think a JavaScript promise executes it until you either then it or await it. Yes. And that's my understanding too. I mean, I'm not an expert on promises, but all we're doing here, just to go back to this, all we're doing here is just defining this as a variable. We're just storing, we're teeing, like I've been saying, we've been teeing this up. We're getting ready to hit the ball, but we haven't hit it yet. We just got everything in position. We got our bat on our shoulder. We're ready to go. And then This, like I've been saying, this is what fires it off. So the await, this is triggering the promise and firing it off. But I might be wrong. Like I say, I'm not an expert on promises, but that's my understanding. Now, normally we would do this all together. We would say something like await supabase, you know, supabase dot whatever, and we would do everything all together. So that's how we're used to seeing it, which I think is the thing that's kind of blowing people's minds a little bit. But there's no harm in just executing it against this stored variable because it contains everything we need to run the query already. Okay? Yeah, exactly. Sometimes we write a function that we don't call right away. Yep. And maybe it's not something that folks have done, a lot, but you can absolutely do that. You can define a function and without calling it immediately. Totally. Actually, no, we do that all the time. Yeah. We define functions that we don't call right away all the time. Some sort of similar to what we're doing here. Okay, sorry, I'm catching up with chat still. SQL is Honey Badger. Honey Badger don't care. Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. I think I'm finally caught up. All right. Great questions. I'm loving this discussion. It's fantastic. I love it when people are curious about SQL. I know it's unfamiliar to a lot of folks, but honestly, learning just enough SQL to be dangerous. Honestly, I think it's easier to learn raw SQL, like without having to filter it through this JavaScript syntax. I think if you start out just learning some raw SQL, learning how to talk to a database directly with queries, um, you'll get a better, you'll be able to be a data wizard in no time. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I left my, hang on, I left my tea over there. I'm going to get it. So yeah, if you can write a decent select query, you'll go far because you'll be able to understand your data before you include it in an application. Yeah, go ahead and test it, Mason. Sure. Longest surname according to the wiki is 666 characters long. Holy cannoli. Nugget says, "What's the difference between SQL and SQL Alchemy?" SQL is kind of a misnomer. When we say SQL, it's kind of a shorthand for uh, um, it's kind of a shorthand for a standard, like a standard of writing queries. So SQL, if you just say SQL, there's a lot of different flavors of SQL or versions of SQL that you could be referring to. What we're writing here, what I've been writing in the browser here, in our little manual queries we've been doing, this is what's called Postgres, which is a flavor or a version of SQL, has a specific syntax. There are other versions of SQL. There's MySQL, there's PLSQL, there's TSQL. All of them are very similar because they follow the SQL standard. They're under the SQL umbrella. So they have to follow certain rules to be called SQL. Like, ways to certain keywords, ways data is structured, ways queries are structured, that kind of thing. But each of them have their own specific keywords that they use that don't necessarily exist in the other languages or in the other versions of SQL. Most of the time, people often ask me, "Oh no, there's all these different versions of SQL. Which one should I learn?" And my answer is always any of them. It doesn't matter. It's sort of like I think about it in terms of, like, I'm an American, right? Obviously, I'm an American. I've got an American accent. I use specific phrases and I use specific expressions and terms that are unique to the United States. Like if I started calling people mate, then that would sound weird. But someone from Australia has different phrases that they use, like calling people mate. Like that doesn't sound weird. Or people from Canada, saying certain things a certain way. It doesn't sound weird for them. It would sound weird if I did it. But just because I know American English doesn't mean that I can't understand people from Australia or Canada or Scotland or the UK or Great Britain or whatever. It doesn't matter. I can still understand all those people, even though I've only ever grown up, speaking American English. So when people ask me what flavor of SQL should I learn, any of them, because knowing one of them allows you to easily use any of the others. So I started out in my career learning Microsoft SQL, so TSQL, and then in my next job, I use Oracle SQL, so PLSQL. And then right now, I'm using, for all the projects that we do here on stream, I use Postgres. And it's no problem. Occasionally, I'll get some syntax wrong. I'll forget a keyword. It doesn't matter. You just Google it, and the rest of it is all the same. Yeah. So don't panic. If you want to learn SQL, I would suggest learning Postgres just because it's open source and a lot of tools use it. Supabase uses it. It's just very common in free applications and in open source projects. So Postgres would be my recommendation. And then once you get a job, your organization is probably going to be using either Oracle or Microsoft SQL, but you'll have no problem picking up the little fiddly differences between them. So don't worry about it. I'm glad you're interested in it, Matthias. It's really a lot of fun. It's very different than JavaScript. So if you only ever done JavaScript before, you're gonna feel a little weird at first, but you just play. The nice thing about SQL is you can just play around with it. You're not gonna break anything. You get immediate results in your little results window down here, and you can just do stuff to your heart's content. I've got several SQL instructional streams on my YouTube channel, so check those out if you want a little someone to kind of help you along a little bit. Mashko says, why use Postgres with Supabase and not in a Docker container? Just curious. Because Supabase is really easy to set up and it does everything that I want it to do. There's nothing wrong with Docker, but I mean, Supabase to me, it literally just checks all the boxes for everything that I need. You won't, mate. Yeah. And a SQL Server. Yeah, there's all sorts of options out there that people use for various reasons. Um, they all just sort of coexist. It's not hard to switch between them. The important thing to remember is that while you're learning SQL, you don't really have to worry about optimizations or RAM usage or all those sort of niche esoteric things. And then once you're employed, your organization is going to have a standard that it's going to want to follow anyway. They're already going to be using Oracle or Microsoft or one of the big providers anyway, and you're not going to have any control over that, or say over that at all. So might as well just pick one and learn it, and don't get hung up on the minutia. Yeah, returning a promise but not executing just because it's been instantiated into a variable. Yep, we're teeing up the ball, we're just not hitting it. All right. I'm loving this discussion. Great questions, fantastic. I love all the interest in SQL. So yeah, Microsoft SQL. Yeah, a lot of organizations will be probably using Microsoft SQL, and Microsoft has some great documentation and tutorials out there because they want you to use their SQL too. So yeah, Postgres. Yeah, Microsoft SQL is another great option. Um, Postgres or Microsoft probably the best options. I will admit, my organization uses Oracle SQL, and it's fine, but I would say I prefer Microsoft SQL, particularly because Oracle SQL is really, really weird about dates. And I'm weird enough. I'm personally am weird enough about dates already. I don't need any more weirdness in my life about dates. So don't need anybody else getting weird about dates at work. That's just odd. So I prefer Microsoft SQL for that. Yep, exactly. Supabase is a great option if you just want to get up and going, and that's how I am. Yeah, Microsoft is just, I don't know, their SQL is just better. But again, you're just pigeonholed into whatever your organization uses. So that's what I use. It's Oracle right now. SQL GUIs, yeah. So for at work we use so I mean for personal projects I'm just using the Supabase GUI here, but for at work we use PL SQL Developer, which is an Oracle specific user interface. Yep. Okay, so let's move into our front end and finish out that table. And then at the end of the stream, we can have some free form time. You can ask more questions about SQL, about what I do, anything like that. So we will have some time at the end, but I do want to finish out this table and finish out the project before we wrap up here. Okay, so we're using just the Supabase library for this outer realm. So we do have to. I can't just I'm not just using raw SQL queries. We're passing them through, sort of converting them to JavaScript first. But I have been doing some raw queries against the tables just in Supabase. All right, so I got to make sure I put it in the right place first of all. All right, so in our search results section here, essentially what we're doing, just as a reminder, is we are getting all the records back from the database. It could be 0 records, it could be 20 records. We don't know how many. We don't know how many records we're going to get. So we're bundling all those records up into an object. Essentially, it's going to be an array of objects, whereas each entry in the array is a row or a record. And then each key value pair in the object is a column and the value in that column. So that's the reminder of how our data looks. And we can see that here. If we scroll up a little bit, just a quick reminder. So here, we're essentially getting back a giant array, and each object in the array is a single row in our table. So column, 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 column. Now this has all the fields in it, but we've narrowed it down to have fewer fields. So in my search results, I'm essentially going to want to loop through that array and then loop through all the key value pairs that it sent me back and make sure that each of those values ends up in the right spot in our table. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to define my table headers. I need to do those manually, unfortunately, but it's not too much of a hardship. You can copy and paste these from the repo if you want. Do !project if you want to link to the repo with the finished code. You just grab these and paste them in. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm saying, all right, if we've received a value of record, so if we've gotten some data back from the server, if that data exists, so again, we're using a truthy falsy value here, if records exists, then go ahead and generate our table headers. So we're saying table row, table header, each of those values with a custom name. Okay. If that exists, define my headers. And now I want to go through all that data, loop through it, and write it to the correct spot in the table. So let's think about this. How am I going to do this? Because I could have 0 records, I could have 1 record, I could have 2 records, I could have 3 records. It doesn't matter. I don't know how many I'm going to have. So if I have an array with an unknown number of things in it, what's the best way for me to loop through and create those tags? Yeah, I'm going to need some kind of a loop, right? Yeah. So I can't use a for loop because I don't know how many records I'm going to get back. It's going to be different on every single search. I have no idea. So probably the best way for me to do this is with a for each loop. Yeah, because I don't know how many there are going to be. It's unknown. So I can just say, and I'm using EJS syntax here. It's just how you have to write it. For each, and then you can just define a quick function here. So for each record, which again, remember, has a bunch of fields. For each record, I want to create a row tag because each record is going to be on its own row. So tr for table row. And inside of that row tag, I then need to create a TD tag for each individual value in the row. So we have to generate all of our HTML tags, right? I have to create a row tag first, and then like a value tag for each cell in that row. Okay, so this takes care of the outer loop, looping through each value in the array. Now I need to go into the object and create TD tags for each, essentially, key value pair in each object. So if I have an object, and I want to loop through that, what's an easy way I can do that? Amazing says, I wonder if you could loop over the columns based on the keys. Why, yes, you can. Specifically to objects. Yes, we can do exactly that. Strain says for in. Yeah. So specifically because we're working with an object on the inner loop, remember the outer loop is an array. The inner loop, where we're assigning our TD tags, is an object. So specifically because we have an object here, we can do this. For let, I'm just going to call these fields in record. So for all the key value pairs in that row, for let field in record, I'm going to create a TD tag, and I want to essentially write the value of that key value pair into the field. So I can do that like so. And we'll talk about this in just a second. I'm going to type it out first. Again, we're kind of getting into deep sort of Code Wars territory here, but let me just get this finished, and then we'll talk about what it's doing. That, and then get this closed up so it gets rid of the red squigglies. All right, cool. So what we're doing here is we're saying, all right, we're inside of an individual object now, right here. We're looking at one of these bad boys. Okay, looking at one of these objects. It's got a bunch of fields in it. For each one of those fields, I'm going to go into that field. So let's say maybe it's the birth date. I'm essentially going to do this. Record, birth date, and I can use this index notation to essentially say, hey, get me the value of the birth date field, and it will return this and wrap that value in TD tags. Okay, so on this particular row, what we're doing right here would evaluate to that. So we can use array notation to access the value for the specified key in the specified record. Let key in record. Yeah, I mean, we could say key here if we wanted to. Does that make sense? This is wild, I know. We're essentially, we're going inside of the object, we're looping through each of the keys, and for each key, we're returning the appropriate value and surrounding it with TD tags. Okay, good. All right. So with just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines of code, we're going to be able to generate an entire table of any length with all the fields that we need. Just 7 lines, because we've done a double loop and it's going to dynamically generate all the tags that we need, no matter how big or small our table is. Good old tables. Renee says, how do you know that each field will put in the right column? Because we already took care of that right here. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but I think this may have been before you were here. Originally, we just had a select star here. Just get me all the fields, don't care. But I made a point of specifying a specific field list and a specific order in our query so the data coming back from the database will always be correct. It will always be in this order with those specific fields in that order. So we know that that's exactly what's getting sent to the client. So we don't have to control for it here by explicitly listing each one of those out, because that would suck. So since we did it in our query, it's already right. We don't have to control for it. We don't have to worry about it. We don't have to do any matching or anything like that. It's always going to be in the right order, and we can just do our loops. Nice. Yeah. No worries, Renitz. That's fine. Yeah, I prepared that in the back end. Exactly. Uh-huh. Yep. We can't really do a loop for the table header because it has I've specified different names here. These names don't match the names I'm actually pulling back from the database. But again, since I forced the correct order in my query on the server, we don't have to worry about it. It's not going to get out of sync. Nothing's going to break. The data is always going to be in the correct order, even if there are null values in some of the fields. It doesn't matter. So that may be the thing that's a little confusing too. Is what if there's a null value in one of these? For example, what's a good one here? Like, is veteran is null for this particular record? Doesn't matter because we've still got this key value, so it's not going to skip it. It's just going to write null or an empty. It's going to write empty essentially. It's going to write an empty cell in the table. Mm-hmm. Shivani says, I understand what you're doing, but definitely wouldn't be able to write it out because I've never seen this. This is specific to EJS. EJS is a templating language, and it allows us to dynamically generate XML. HTML. It's just a syntax. All we're doing here is just you can ignore these symbols and essentially just pay attention to, we're just writing raw JavaScript to generate HTML tags on the fly. That's what EJS is for. Yeah, I think I'm probably missing a closing parenthesis somewhere. I'll take a look. Not the first time I've done that. Oh, yeah, I'm missing one down here. So, all right, I've finished generating everything I need for my table. I can make my closing tag for my table. And then I'm also I need to close my if statement. And then if no records came back from the database, there's not going to be anything else to loop through. So I'm just going to say for my else statement, no records return. And I'll write that instead. All right. Yeah, no worries, Shibani. I know it's a little confusing to see these extra, this nonsense here, but that's just for EJS. If you look up here at my file, we're not actually writing HTML. We haven't been. This looks like HTML up here, right? But it's not. It's EJS, and it renders in the browser as HTML. It's kind of like how you do it with React. You're writing in JSX with React, and some of the things you're writing look like HTML, but they're not. They render out as HTML, but the code you are writing is something different. Yeah. I love it when a plan comes together. Yeah. Capella says, I guess I forgot how to build a table in Supabase since I keep getting an empty array as the response data. So, Copper Lily, when you built your table, did you enable row level security? Did you? There's a little checkbox. If you enabled row level security, you might have to turn that off unless you explicitly set a table policy. Yeah. So you just turn that off. If you're just messing around for a fun app, having row level security isn't going to hurt any. You just turn that off and you'll be fine. It's just that all that does is it allows you to set access policies like read only, or only people with the right username can update, stuff like that. EJS looks like Flask. Okay, Flask. Yeah, yeah. It looks like Mustache, and it looks like there's handlebars, there's mustache, there's all sorts of templating engines that you can use that are very similar. I've used handlebars. Handlebars is nice. Um, yeah, there's a lot of similar products. Pug. Yeah. All right. So I think that's everything we need. So let's go ahead and test it out. We'll see if I missed anything. Um, Now we haven't done any styling, so it might look a little janky, but at the very least, we should be able to see things getting written into our table. Let's go over here, and yeah, I'll just do this query again. Oh, I need to save it, and I need to restart my server actually because I've done some changes. So kill it and restart it. We're cooking. All right. Okay, so I've got my. Oh, was there no? Maybe there was no people with the death year. Death year of 1920. Yeah, I should have done birth year. Probably. Okay, server error. Cool. Oh, invalid syntax. Yeah, I need to put it in the form, not the duh. Sorry, I'm a dingus. Hang on. All right, let's do this. I'm going to use the form properly. It should work now. All right, let's do. Oh, I forgot to do my labels here. I'll fix that. We'll do birth year of. Actually, no, I'm going to do death year of 2023. There we go. See, look, we're getting records back. Everything is everything looks like it's roughly in the correct order. We'll add some styling so we can see it a little better. But I think everything is cooking correctly here. Oh, Copper Lily, I'm glad that did it. Yeah, Supabase is very insisting on security, and they always default to those security settings whenever you create a new table. You can easily circumvent that by applying a global policy to your table, but I mean, just for fun apps, just turn it off. Yeah. All right, so let's add some styling and we'll double check that everything looks correct in our table. And I'm also going to fix these two issues with my labels here. What did I do wrong here? Label. Oh, I didn't put anything in there. Okay, yeah. I didn't put any text in the label. Birth year, death year, save. All right, that fixed that. And then I'm going to add some styling. You can just fetch this directly from the repo as well. I'm being a baddie. I have been for a little while. And I'm just using style tags. I don't have that many styles. So they go in the head. They go in the header. Or in the head of our HTML. I don't feel the need to make an entire separate file just for like 10 styles. Not worth it. All right, cool. That looks better. Zoom in a little bit. Move it over. All right, so let's search for 2023 again. There we go. Doesn't that look good? Looks purty. And we can even do a wide open search here. So you can see that any of the null values here, like there's several nulls here. I don't know why people with no death date would, be in the cemetery, but here we are. I mean, again, this is all just test data. None of this is real. It's all generated by ChatGPT, just because I didn't want to type all this out. So AI generated data, any of the null values are still getting written just as empty cells, which I expected because the object that we're getting back from the server still has the key. There's just no value in it. So as long as we're able to loop through those keys, it's just going to write a null value here and just have an empty cell. So it works perfect. There's a severe lack of comic mono. Startup says use Bootstrap. Yeah, I do. My regular viewers will know that I absolutely love Bootstrap and I use it all the time. It's fantastic. Bootstrap is perfect for little utility apps that don't need much styling. I love Bootstrap so much. Nugget says that does look good. I'm excited to get into SQL soon. Good. Yeah, I'm glad. SQL is so powerful, especially as you start working with larger data sets, larger relational data sets. Um, yeah, it's fantastic for that. There's no better way to work with a relational database than SQL. And again, I would also recommend, like I said, learning raw SQL. So just how to write plain old pure SQL, no ORMs, no none of that stuff. Just learn how to write a raw SQL statement and get a raw result back from the database. And then after that, then you can go on to, working with ORMs. Because once you know how to write raw SQL, then you'll understand how queries are structured and you'll be able to translate that into an ORM and stuff like that. Just my opinion. You can do whatever you want, of course. Don't listen to me, but just my opinion. Yeah, I hate startup says I hate writing CSS, so I use Bootstrap. Yeah, I mean me too. Um, I'm always envious of people who really are good at CSS because I am not. I'm a back end dev, so I don't devote much of my brain space to styling things. So yeah, libraries are my friend. Good point there, Copper Lily. They say, in my case of the empty array, probably better to use records.length in your if condition because it was rendering the table headers with no data instead of the else condition. Yeah, that's a good catch there. Yeah, so we can update this to, instead of just checking to see if something exists, checking to if the length is greater than 0. Yeah. Nugget says, I'm in a boot camp, so I'm kind of at mercy of how I learn it, but it says SQL first. Yeah, SQL first is great. But I mean, the reason that yeah, and the reason that some boot camps will start with MongoDB, and again, not bad either. As long as you're learning something, it doesn't really matter. Um, a lot of the times they'll start with MongoDB just because MongoDB uses a syntax that you're already familiar with. It uses JavaScript syntax with objects. You're storing objects, you're working with objects. Everything is objects in JavaScript, so it's a little more familiar. But in in like the working world, relational databases, SQL databases are far more common than document based MongoDB database like style databases. Just the way it is. Again, not saying either one are bad, but relational databases are by far more common. And so if you can work with relational databases, if you at least understand them, you can write basic queries, you will have a wonderful skill set that you can apply literally anywhere. Because databases truly run the world, and the most common databases are relational. That's why in the next cohort for 100 devs, we're going to be covering MongoDB still, absolutely, but also SQL. Again, just because it's so worth learning. Dimitri and Lofen, thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it. I'm gonna take another hydrate here real quick. But yeah, I think that's about it for our application. Thanks for hanging in there with me, and thanks for everybody for the excellent questions. Now, I did promise I'm going to kind of turn it over to an open forum here, so you can ask whatever you like. I always like to do that at the end of my streams. Just final thoughts here for the app. So basically, what I'm going to do is, now that I've got this working, I do want your opinions. So loyal viewers, I need your opinion on how best to host this. I was going to do it on Cyclic, but it turns out I just checked that Cyclic is no longer accepting new deployments currently. They've said they've closed their beta. So was not expecting that. So what's everybody's favorite alternatives? Yeah, like just this morning I checked, and I was just gonna kick her off, deploy it, and send an email to the library people and be like, hey, go to this, go to this URL and here's the app. um but nope. I was not able to deploy. It said beta is closed. So what's everybody's favorite alternatives? Startup says GitHub Pages does. I thought GitHub Pages only does static sites. Am I wrong? Do they do more than static sites now? Can you do full stack? Render? Okay. Vercel? Yeah, I did look at Vercel. Um, Vercel, because Vercel does have a free tier, right? It needs here's the other thing. It needs to have a free tier. I need to this needs to be hosted for free. The library cannot pay for this. It needs to be free. Um, so whatever I choose, I thought Cyclic was going to be perfect, but hey. Okay, yeah, good suggestions there. Yeah, no back on a yeah. I was thinking that GitHub Pages was only static sites, no back end. Yeah. Okay, render, fantastic. All right, I'll check that out. I hadn't looked at that one yet. But yeah, big shame about Cyclic. I was very disappointed. Fly.io, okay. Yeah, and Heroku used to be the good thing too, and it's gone. So got to keep host hopping, I guess. Unfortunately, yeah, Heroku is no longer has a free tier, which sucks. Um, Ahmed says, "Why do all hosting sites remove free tiers?" Yeah, so I think Microsoft actually has they do it right because nearly all of their products have a permanent free tier, and I mean their free tiers of their products are excellent, but they make up for it by charging their enterprise clients, like their big big corporations. They charge them out the wazoo. They nickel and dime their big corporations for everything, because what they do is they get you hooked into their ecosystem, and then once your corporation is using their software, then they charge you like a bajillion dollars. But I actually agree with that approach, because you want small developers, you want single developers, individual coders to evangelize for your products and love your products and use them for free, and get really good at them, and then when they go into the corporate world, say, hey, this is the right thing to use, I'm really familiar with this. And then at the enterprise tier, just charge them $1 million. And corporations should pay a bajillion dollars for everything, right? Like there's literally no downside to making things expensive at the enterprise level, in my opinion, if you are using that to subsidize a free tier for individuals, nonprofits, organizations, that kind of thing. So Microsoft does it right, but all these companies just whisking what yanking away their free tier just to make a few more bucks is like means I'm never going to use them again, and I will never recommend them to anybody. Startup says we'd like to pay $10,000 for boot camps, but not $5 for hosting. That's where you're wrong, my friend. We pay nothing for our boot camp. It's called 100 Devs, and it's free. Everything, full curriculum, all the videos, all the resources, all the classes, the community, everything is free. And that's one of the things that I also say here is that education should be free, and that's the mantra of 100 Devs. Is you can do exclamation point 100 Devs in chat right now. There is no charge, never, and all the resources that we use and we share with people are also free. They must have a free tier. Nobody should have to pay to learn. That's bogus. Learning should be free. It should be open. It should be accessible. So if you don't want to pay $10,000 for boot camp, and you never should, um, I would say, there's options out there. 100 Devs, that's our free tier. Toxic says, is the 100 Dev cohort still going? I haven't seen Leon stream in a while. Cohort 3 has been delayed, but you can access all the cohort 2 materials for free on YouTube right now, or on Discord, or on communitytaught.org. And the community is still going strong. Leon is still doing um, live sessions on Discord every Tuesday and Friday, helping people with their interviews, getting jobs, take home assignments, that kind of thing. And so if you want to learn the material, you can watch it on YouTube and then come to the stand ups on Tuesday and Friday, which are live. Nugget says, I wish I found 100 devs before paying for a boot camp. I learned more watching 100 devs than in my paid boot camp. Yeah, I went through 100 devs as a student. So the reason I can do this stuff that I've been showing you for the past 4 hours um, is because of 100 devs. When I started 100 devs, if you would have said HTML or how does a web page work, I would have said it's magic, because I could not tell you. Um, no clue. Didn't even know how to, you know, cause I didn't even have like a MySpace or a Neopets when I was growing up. So I didn't even know how to like do basic CSS or HTML. I didn't have that experience because just with my upbringing, I didn't even have access to the internet most of the time. And so, you know, I didn't have any of those skills and until I went through 100 devs and here we are, right? It is magic, yes, but now, yes, now we are the magicians. Exactly. And you might think I'm exaggerating about that, but I promise you I am not. The only thing I knew prior to 100 devs was how to write raw SQL. I didn't know anything else. Renit says, I think Heroku stopped the free tier because it was abused. People kept pinging their page every 30 minutes, so the dyno didn't go to sleep. Well, I think that's on Heroku then to figure out some kind of alternative for that. Um, I mean, like I don't know. I feel like if other companies and stuff can still offer free tiers for things, then Heroku could have figured out a way. But just me. Frankly says some say cloud is no longer the auto go to compared to self hosting. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it depends, I guess. I'll try. I'm going to try the suggestions that folks gave: Fly.io, Render, Vercel. I'll take a look at all those. One of those will work. And I mean, I'm not going to like get up in arms if I do have to pay, you know, a couple bucks a month to host a low volume app like this, but it's the principle of the thing. I want to support companies that do have free tiers. Toxic. Okay, you've used Render for free. That's awesome. I'll probably go with Render then. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the follow, Akram and Dimitri. Matthias says I had a MySpace site. Yes, I'm old. No, I grew up in the MySpace era too. Yeah, I just didn't have good enough internet access to have a MySpace site. I had friends that did, but I couldn't. I could only access like text only websites, and those would take noticeable time to load. So HTML only for me. But no, thanks for the feedback, folks. And so, yeah, the future steps for this application after I find a host, I'm going to send it to the library for approval. Hopefully, they say yes. They will give me the real data. Um, I will load that in and test it, make sure everything's working, get feedback from them. Um, and then I want to add some additional features. I want to add the ability to create new records within the app so they don't have to keep updating a spreadsheet. So I'll add some create features. I also want to add an update feature. And not, I don't think I want to add a delete feature, but we'll see. Because there's only a set number of lots at the cemetery. And so I don't see really the need to delete, but who knows? So anyway, at the very minimum, create an update. And then um, and it could be we don't even need a create feature because I can just add like if some of the plots don't have records yet, I can just add an empty record for those plots, and then they can fill those in with the update feature once they get that information. So that's probably what I'll do actually. So just an update feature, and I want to have that update feature behind authentication so that someone has to log in as an administrator before they can edit any of the records. Because right now I actually have security on this database. It's set to be read only. So even if you did get direct access, you would not be able to edit the records. Anybody who tries to access it is set to read only. So that's, security is nice because you can set it in a relational database. You can set it at the table level. You can set it at the row level. And so someone with administrator credentials eventually will be able to update these. Hey Akram, welcome to the stream. Today we actually have finished building a specific app that's meant to help my local library. So my local library is trying to help folks research their ancestry and their genealogy. And I built a tool. So right now, if someone wants to look up their family history of like who's buried in the local cemetery, they have to use a binder, a paper binder. And inside that binder are printed spreadsheets from Microsoft Excel, um, and they're great. I mean, it's all hand research by a team of dedicated researchers who've been looking up all these people and trying to figure out who they are. Um, writing their birth dates and death dates in these spreadsheets and then printing them off and putting them in a binder. So the work they've done is fantastic. But what I'm doing is making that data searchable so that now you can look for a specific person. So for example, birth, I want to see who was born in, I don't know, 1900. Let's see if there's anybody that old. Okay, nobody that old. What about 1923? Nope, no one that old either. Let's do a last name of, let's say, Miller, Mill for Miller. No? Let's see, do M. See if my search is broken. There we go. Nope, search works. There's just no matching dates. Okay, so we make that searchable so that folks don't have to dig through a binder. They don't have to go to the library. They can just open up this web app and find their family members in the cemetery. And then it also shows exactly where in the cemetery they are. So if they want to visit their grave, they can. So if we can search for, let's say, Smith, get those records. We can search for death year of 2020. We can also, and so for example, if I wanted to find the Smith, I wanted to find a Smith with, let's see, I want to find a Smith with a, let's see, we'll just do a death date of 2020. That's going to return the same record. Oops, sorry, Smith, death year of 2020. Yeah, it returns the same records. Same records there too. So this is just test data, so it's a little weird, but yeah, so essentially it's just going to create a searchable database. This is all test data here, but I do have some real data that I'm hoping to get from the genealogy people that I'm going to put in here. It's several hundred records, and make it searchable so people can find their family members in the graveyard. I'm probably not going to do like predictive text or anything like that, just because I want people to feel comfortable entering partial matches. So for example, they don't, let's say they had a grandpa named John, and but they don't know whether that his name was spelled John, or like John, or John, maybe potentially, or Jonathan. They don't know how that name is necessarily listed in the graveyard. So I don't want it to predict anything. I just want them to be able to say, I think it started with a J. Let's just see, all the J people with, J first names out there. Then they get that back, and then they can see which one is correct based on the other information that comes back from the database. Yeah. Essentially, startup, what I want them to be able to do is sometimes even like saying like, oh, type mill, get all the list of possible last names. I don't want them to make any assumptions until they see all the other information, all the notes, all the the maiden name, the middle name, title. I want them to see everything before they they pick the final record. I don't want to accidentally exclude anything that shouldn't be excluded. But yeah, that can be helpful in some cases. Definitely type ahead. Yeah, and so if we also wanted to show like a range, we could do that. We would just modify the query to essentially, instead of having an equals value there, or we could have an equals value, but we could just say like birth year +1, or birth year equals 1, or birth year equals birth year, or -1. So there's different ways we can do that to modify the query to return a range of records that are close but not exactly that value. Akram says, that's cool. What's your stack? So for this one, we're keeping it very simple, since this app is going to be for a library. It's like they aren't paying for it. It needs to be easy to maintain, nothing fancy. So, if suddenly I'm not here to maintain it, I would want somebody else to be able to just, be able to get in and immediately fix something that was wrong. So the front end is just EJS. And the back end is just, there's no client side JavaScript. The back end is just Node Express and Supabase, using Supabase for the database storage. So simple relational database, one table. Yeah. But if you're interested in other stacks like React, TypeScript, you know, uh, don't think I've done anything with Next. Yeah, mostly React. I've mostly also done React on my stream. You can look at my YouTube channel, exclamation point YouTube, and explore some of the other stuff we've done. We've worked with a lot of different tools, you know, frameworks, that kind of thing. Oh, no worries, Nuggets. Yeah, and that's a good point there, Matthias. Um, you don't want someone to type S and get reminded of someone else. Yeah, so I mean, we don't want to we want to make it focused and very agnostic of making any assumptions about what people are typing. Yeah. Excuse me. Whew. Yeah, but it was a lot of fun to build. I'm really excited about it. I want to add features. But first, what we've essentially done here is we've built what's called the minimum viable product. So does this do everything I want it to do? No, not yet. But does it do the minimum of what it should do? Yes. So this is the definition of a minimum viable product. This is what I'm going to use to get approval from the library, and then probably in a future stream we will, if they say yes, we'll add features. And if they don't say yes, then this didn't take me very long, and I'm not going to be out. If they're like, no, we don't want to do this. Sure, it only took me a few hours to build. It took me longer to talk about here on stream than it actually took me to build in the first place. It took like 2 hours for me to set up, so not a big deal for me. Fun exercise anyway, right? Fun thing to learn and practice. So no harm, no foul. That's why minimum viable products are great. All right. So, general open forum. Any other questions about anything? Doesn't have to be about the app. Could be about me. Could be about anything you want. Ask away. Yeah, Matthias says there's always a different client who might buy it. Somebody else was saying earlier that they were gonna maybe use the code is also on my GitHub, so the code is yours to use. If you want to use this for something else, somebody else was saying that they might use it to make a searchable database of some marginalized citizens who might not, for folks in a specific group to track their own history. Um, to help record that information and make it searchable by people in that group. I think that would be awesome. So whatever you want to use it for. Yeah. Startup says I will sell the code. I honestly don't care. I mean, that's why I would make things private on I make things private on GitHub if I don't want you to see them and use them. So whatever you do, I have no control over that. Yeah, I have no control over that. Startup, it's fine. If you get somebody to buy it, more power to you. Especially if you modify it. I mean, that's even better. You've done something, you've made it your own, right? I'm not going to come after you for it. That's kind of the ethos, is that, again, learning should be free, education should be free, learning materials should be freely shared. And I say this as someone I work for a paid university. That's my day job. People pay to go to that university. But in my off hours, when I'm not getting paid, this is, what I choose to do instead is let's make learning free so anybody can access it without having to go into thousands of dollars of debt. That's the deal. Yeah, and I don't license my stuff. Again, it's all yours. You can use it. Anything on my GitHub. That's why it's there. If I didn't want you to use it, I'd make it private. But in the end, I hope that the best thing that you can do is share your code with others, right? Teach other people how to do what we've just done today. Teach people how to do anything. Volunteer, help your local library. Go to your local library and see if they need anything built. Do they need help with their website? Do they want you to help them create a full stack app for them? Like, whatever they need. Like, we talked about this earlier, but a lot of the times these community spaces like libraries and community centers, they have lots of volunteers, but not very many volunteers that actually are technical or have technical skills. So, for example, I'll give an example. When I stopped by one of the library buildings just to help out for a little bit, and I noticed that their like their their heater was very loud. Like their central heater was really loud. I was like, gosh, why is that so loud? And I was thinking, you know what? That sounds like I have a heat pump in my house. I was like, that sounds like my heat pump on emergency mode, which means it's not actually working. It's just using the electrical backup, which means you're using electric heating, which is really expensive. So I went over to the thermostat, and yeah, the thermostat was on emergency mode. And I was like, hey guys, this is, this is not right. This, you need to, if it's on emergency mode, it's never going to work properly and your electricity bill is going to be insane. So, I switched it to regular heat mode. And then, there were instructions. Hey, Ras, good to see you. And then, there were instructions also posted to be like, you have to adjust the thermostat, to be a certain temperature, check the thermostat, check the thermostat. And I was like, well, it's a programmable thermostat. You can program it. And they said, oh, we didn't even know it could do that, because it's a digital thermostat. And so I said, okay, why don't I program your thermostat for you, so you won't ever have to worry that it's, that it's wrong. Nobody's going to have to touch it. They're not going to accidentally put it in the wrong mode. So I just programmed the thermostat for them because nobody else knew how to do that. So just stuff like that, like stuff you wouldn't even think of. And it's not their fault. It's just because they have a lot of enthusiasm and volunteers, but your libraries and your community spaces, they're sometimes, not all the time, they're not always going to have the technical know-how or resources just to do things like that. And so you could be a huge help. You watching out there, you who know how to code, you who are comfortable with computers, you could be a big help to them, just by being there and spending some time and seeing what they need. Exactly. We are standing on the shoulders of giants. None of our code is truly ours. We're always just building off of something that somebody else did in the past, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's the cool thing about coding. We're all building on top of, there's even an XKCD about that. It's there's, the entirety of the modern internet, and then there's like one little, it's all balanced on top of one library a dude wrote in like, 1962 that he maintains. Yeah, that's how it works. So that's my soapbox for just go and help your local community resources. Be technical, show off your skills, make connections, get clients, and also help them out. Matthias says, I love coding for good causes. I'm bad at getting paid. Well, I would consider it like a two-step process. So the first step is, yeah, you're volunteering, you're helping out a good cause. The second step is where then you make connections, you gain goodwill, you make connections, and then those people refer you to the people that are going to make you get paid. So, yeah, you're great at step one, and now say, hey, look, you guys love that app that I built for you. I would love to turn this into, into a full-time job or a freelance career, side career, whatever. But in order to do that, I'm working on building up my client base. Do you know anyone who could benefit from the type of work that you have seen me do for your organization? And I'm sure they're going to say yes. They know of someone. Their brother has a small business. They need a website. Their son, has a deli that needs a website. Their daughter, is starting the business and needs a website. Yeah, that's how you leverage that stuff. Yeah, you get paid in reputation, and then you leverage that reputation to get money, to get clients, to get leverage and networking. Yep. So yeah, Matthias, it sounds like you're great at step one. So just continue on to step two, because you already built the goodwill. Now spend a little bit of that goodwill and leverage it into a client base. So you're halfway there already. Peepo, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I didn't see it earlier. Yeah, exactly. Matthias says, got a potential freelance client recently because they knew me from doing stuff pro bono. Yeah. So sounds like they maybe reached out to you, which is great, but you can also go in the opposite direction. So, some of the folks that you worked with when you were doing the pro bono work, reach out to them proactively and say, hey, just like I said, I love building XYZ solution for you. I can see that it's working great. It was really a pleasure working with you. Again, I would like to, spread my skills, among a wider client base. I'd like to turn this into a viable business for myself. I would love any resources that you have, people that need a website, friends of friends that might need a website, just so I can continue providing value at the high level of quality that you've seen from me already. There you go. client base. Capitalist says cries and social anxiety. Yeah, no, and that's real. Social anxiety is very, very real. But think about this. At least this helps me. What's the worst that could happen if you ask? What's the worst that can happen if you ask? They say no. Okay, fine. Bye. Doesn't matter. You're out nothing. You have lost nothing. They still value your product. They still know your skills. They just don't want to help you at that time. That's okay. Um, how are you letting people down if you ask? The first step is asking. The potential of letting them, that's way down the road. Like there's nothing that's ages in the future, if it even happens, which it probably won't if you have a good contract. Um, so a good contract means that nobody gets let down in the end. So the asking part really has no downside as long as you're being polite about it. If they value your work, then the worst they can say is, "I'm sorry, I don't know anybody at this time." Okay, sure, go on to the next person. And look, I fully understand that it's difficult. This is difficult to do, but the first step is to just reframe your thought process in that way. Yeah, nobody likes to let somebody else down. Nobody likes to fail or seem or be seen to fail in somebody else's eyes, but that's only one minuscule possibility, whereas the potential for upside, for getting clients, getting networking, getting known in the community, making money, um, the far outweighs, the probability of that far outweighs the possible small possibility of a downside. Startup says a lot of people want WordPress themes. That's true. Plugins. So can you show us next time how to build WordPress themes and plugins? Probably not. No, it's just not what I do. There's other folks out there, I'm sure, on Twitch and YouTube that could show you those things. I'm sure there's a ton of YouTube videos that could teach you how to build WordPress plugins, but I won't be doing that. I'm not interested in that. It's not really my stack. So no. But no harm in asking, right? Yeah, and Matthias Richter, they actually set up a wonderful meetup for social anxiety folks. It was a discussion, commiseration on social anxiety strategies, challenges, that kind of thing. And Matthias is planning on doing another one here in April, I believe. So, yeah, feel free to join that. Anybody out there, feel free to join that. Went really well last time. I wasn't able to be there. I was out of town, but um, I'm looking forward to the next one. And the worst thing that could happen, Renate says, the worst thing that can happen is you say something stupid that you'll remember every night for the rest of your life and you'll never sleep again. Sure, yeah, we all have those kind of thoughts that visit us, those embarrassments from throughout our life that visit us late at night. But if you do that and you have money, I mean, that helps too, right? It you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And I know that's easy to say, it's easier said than done. But again, the first step is reframing your thought process, reframing the way that you talk to yourself, reframing your internal dialogue. Um, so even if you don't believe it at first, even if you're saying these things and you don't believe it, the more you repeat it, the more you're likely to actually manifest that in your actions. So the more you repeat it in words, in thoughts, in deeds, then you're going to manifest it in action and you're going to find yourself actually doing it and believing it. Ross says, "My Wolf might need your expertise on a complex SQL query for the group project. Should I ask here in DM? I would suggest. I mean, you can if you want to ask in a help thread. Then more people than me could contribute. I'm not saying I'm the end all be all when it comes to SQL. I'm happy to help. I would suggest a help thread. That way, anybody else could weigh in, share their thoughts. I'm sure there's other SQL folks out there on the server too. So yeah, ask in a help thread. Asking here on Twitch is really weird about formatting. I don't think it would work very well. So yeah, ask on the server in a help thread. No worries, Matthias. I appreciate what you've been doing. Yeah, toxic. I'm just really not interested. I mean, WordPress is fine. It's great. It runs the web. I'm just not interested in pursuing WordPress right now. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Just not my jam. Not what I want to. The stuff I talk about here on stream is the stuff. It has to be fun for me as well as for you. So just not my jam right now. I'm interested in exploring other things, but like I say, I'm sure there's tons of folks on YouTube that walk through that sort of thing. Maybe someday I'll be interested in it, and then I'll talk about it, but not at the moment. 20 said, there's no aspect, no facet, no moment of life that can't be improved with pizza. Profound. And I agree. Free therapy as well. No, I mean therapy is dope if you can get it. Yeah. I'm in therapy. I love it. It's great. Therapy is fantastic. But I know that's not an option for everyone. And so, we have to work with what we have, right? Um, and some of that is just some basic strategies, reframing, stopping cycles of negative thought, um, you know, telling ourselves things that we may not truly believe yet, but we can believe in the future. And yeah, it's a process. Raskas, do you mind if I ping you on the help thread? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Absolutely. All right. I always love these discussions at the end of the stream because I never know where they're going to go. It's always a lot of fun. But yeah, let's if there's any other questions, feel free to ask. We'll probably wrap up here fairly soon. We've gone a bit over time, but I don't mind. I'm having a good time. Um, y'all know that I have no qualms about, ending a stream if I need to. So, I'm cool with hanging out. Let me know if you have any more questions. Check out the repo if you haven't already. It's all here. It's all for you. Take a look. Your energy is finite, Matthias. Yeah, that's a great point. Um, there's always more demands on our time, right? Um, and I've discovered this as I've become more well known in various circles. I mean, I'm not famous. I would never say that, but just people know who I am, and so they reach out to me for things or want things from me, and I've sort of it's part of the process is learning to draw boundaries and when to say I can't do that, or here's what I can give you. I can give you this, but not this. Here are my limits. Here's I need to take some time for me, and so it's part of the learning when and how to draw boundaries is also a great skill, and it's a thing you learn over time. Frankly says, any fosters yet? Actually, I've been taking a break from fostering. Again, it's all about managing time. I want to get back to it certainly, but for now, I'm taking a break. Again, it's about how much time do I have? What amount of time do I want to spend that? Do I want to spend on specific things? And um, I just need to find a new balance. Oh, and I thought of speaking of that, I was gonna adjust my channel point rewards too. I thought I had a really good idea. What was it? Dang it! I was gonna add a new reward for something cool. Ah, I'll have to think of it. I'll let you know when I do. Any other questions? Otherwise, we can start looking for somebody to raid like we always do at the end of our streams. We'll open a new window over here. And then we can pick. Oh, your 100 hours project was for a Twitch overlay using points rewards. Oh, cool. Yeah, that sounds like a nice challenge. Did it end up working? All right, getting raids pulled up. Still in use. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, when something gets sustained use, then you know it was a good idea. Let's see. Stream manager. All right, let's look at some raids. I'm going to pull this over. see who's hanging out. As always, any suggestions of someone to raid, just let me know. Preferably someone in the software and game dev space. No worries, Closehurst. Thanks for coming in. We got a lot of choices here. I'll zoom in a little bit. Oh, is Juicebox online? Are they? Oh, if Juicebox is online, we are going to raid them. I have been itching to raid them forever. Juicebox is amazing. They actually do they still work for Twitch? Does Juicebox still work for Twitch? Juicebox Hero. I thought it was following. Oh, criminy. Okay, they're not doing software and game dev right now, but they are still worth a raid. Um, they are a fantastic human being. They're always doing like stuff for charity, streams for charity. They've raised a ton of money, and they are just a darn good human being. So please do stick around for the raid to show them some support because they are just a fantastic human. So I'm going to go ahead and start the raid. Thank you all for stopping in. Show them some love from me. And I will see you all next weekend, hopefully, maybe to add some more features to this app that we built today. I hope. We'll see. I'll also let you know how the hosting worked out, which I picked and how that worked. All right, raid starting now. And start raid. Let's go. Is it working? Where is it? Oh, 6 seconds. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alrighty. Bye bye.